Didn't even think about it that way at all, but too. Oh, what's up, son? It's going good. I think we're on the last floor of the game. We're fighting muscoids. There's a giant larva of doom. Bug of doom. I'm getting ready to inject some chemicals in.
Big fan of this final boss being just some fucking bug.
Some fucking, like, psycho bug. That I need to make a cocktail of drugs to keep them
Wrangle.
And wrangle them up.
The bug herders used to ride these babies for miles.
The Soul Striders, man.
Fucking Nausicaa ass shit.
How did you like the manga? I've only watched the movie.
It was weird. Like, it just kind of ended at the end, and I was like, oh. Like, it literally said, yeah, it's over now. And I'm like, oh, well, okay, I guess.
Huh.
And there wasn't enough development of some stuff, and I was going, what?
Yeah, the movie doesn't feel like that.
Some of the panels like were really hard to read. I think it was just the art style, or maybe just the general layout, but it was really difficult to tell what the fuck was going on sometimes.
Yeah, bizarre. I haven't seen enough talk about the...
It was still good, but I was very confused sometimes.
Nausicaa, is it called The Valley of the Wind in the manga as well?
Nausicaa, The Valley of the Wind, yeah.
Yeah.
I just wish it had done more with its concepts, because I liked what it had. It just didn't do enough.
Yeah, most people know the movie.
It was the original.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if Miyazaki's adapted much stuff like that. Which is why I was so odd, because I was just like right in the prime of it all. I don't know how similar it even is. It might be really different.
I'm pretty sure that the movie just has less of the overall plot in it.
Oh yeah. No, I guarantee that. That's from what I've been told. That's the case, but it feels like a complete movie, so they must just cut it off at a certain point. Yeah, Earthsea was won by what, Goro Miyazaki? I think it was his son. I mean, he directed, obviously, not just it, but I haven't seen it. I like the Ghibli movies quite a bit. Did not see it yet.
Yeah, the only movies I've seen from them, I watched Spirited Away, and I saw part of Kiki's Delivery Service, and that's it.
There's some good stuff. You probably like Mononoke, and it's a bit more grimdark compared to the other stuff.
I mean, I did watch the anime Mononoke, which is totally different and not related to Princess Mononoke.
Yeah.
And people get it confused.
I think my favorite by him is Castle in the Sky, or Laputa, whatever you want to call it. Just the feeling of the scale and the adventure and stuff, and that is just really good.
What is
Nausicaa?
Yeah,
by... Oh. Talking about Earthsea.
Oh.
Yeah, it's by Studio Ghibli. It's a movie. This is kind of cute. So to keep Yggdrasil in check, they made a giant, like
bug,
like tree-eating bug like an actual bug, but just on like a massive apocalyptic scale. Like a wood, like, what did you just say? Fucking huge termite.
It's cool.
I like it. Yeah, no, I mean it's just like so like literal. It just makes it kind of neat. And just right on the money. A super termite.
We just made a bug, and turns out the bug is too strong.
We made the bug too strong.
It's a bad bug.
A super roach. I do like stories about ancient civilizations playing with life and getting burned for it. Good. Did I just put this on here? Yeah, I've seen Kiki, Spirited Away, Cliff by the Sea, Grave of the Fireflies, Porco Rosso, The Cat Returns, Lupin.
Oh, I have seen The Cat Returns. I'm sorry. I watched that.
Howl's Moving Castle.
Cat Returns is not actually that good.
Princess Mononoke and Nausicaa. The one where it's about World War I or II airplane. The guy who made some of the airplanes. That was one of the last ones he did. I don't remember what that's called. Saw that one in theaters when it was new. I mean, it was alright. It was more just like a real world story. I don't know if I'm missing any there. I've seen most of them. I think I've seen... Have I? The one about the heart or whatever. Yeah, Porco Rosso is a good time. I mean, he's just a cool character. I don't think I've seen this one. Whisper of the Heart. I think it's one of the oldest ones. I don't think I've seen that. Oh, it was based on a manga. I guess there was a bunch that they adapted. Yeah, The Cat Returns is a sequel to Whisper of the Heart.
What?
That's why it's called The Cat Returns. Because he's in
I had
Whisper of
no
the
fucking
Heart.
idea.
Yeah, he's in Whisper of the Heart. Yeah, which I haven't seen, so maybe that's why it seems weird. Because it's
Nah, I mean, it still wasn't that good anyway. It was fine. Just didn't
I
stand out.
I haven't seen it so long, I couldn't even say.
It was a solid, okay, I guess. One animated movie I saw that actually I think you would like a lot if you haven't seen it is Children of the Sea.
Thinking of Manchester Buzz. Children of the Sea.
I think it's Satoshi Kon.
I'm big into Satoshi Kon. Oh, this is a Yumu with Watanabe. Watanabe? Which Watanabe is this? Oh, Space Brothers. That one's supposed to be good. Doraemon.
And there was another one, totally unrelated, but while I'm on the topic, In This Corner of the World. It was good. I would say not crazy, but it was good.
I wonder if I already have Children of the Sea on my to-do list.
Yeah, you would like Children of the Sea. Pretty damn sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is on my plan to watch. What isn't on my plan to watch though?
Yeah, it's a good question.
I usually have to put priorities, so I'll just have everything on there. So. Yellow. Yeah, we should do some Ghibli movies at some point. They're just be comfy. Definitely need to watch Castle in the Sky. That one's, I mean, that's a pretty influential one.
Nemesis Blue, Bros.
Watch my Lynchian fucking
TF2
SFM fucking video. It seems cool though. Yeah, you just really can't go wrong with the Ghiblis. So they all just have a certain comfiness to them. I mean, only Mononoke is like more violent. I think so. I feel like anybody should like Castle in the Sky. It's just good airship adventure feel, man.
Yeah, in this corner of the world is long, but you would probably like it a fair bit.
Let me put up. Yeah, I'll add it. Add a what? Oh, so it's more real world.
It's
Seems
not
good.
fantasy, no. It's World War II adjacent.
Seems good. I wonder if it's like Grave of the Fireflies type of shit. Finally, I'd watched that one a few years back. I would have probably like that. Depression Core.
Well, that's not true. Making assumptions.
That's true.
It's not true. It's bullshit.
It's bullshit. Let's watch some Arnie. Those are some fucking. Yeah, it's a rough one. It's good though. Man,
The 13 Sentinels of animated films.
I don't know if it's not just about World War II.
Yeah.
That's not quite on the same scope.
It's completely different. Put him down.
The Plaga.
Kill him.
Uh-oh. Let's hope you got the kind that's gonna make you like grow a few extra arms with swords on them and shit.
Sick nasty.
Sick. Sick nasty. I have 7 of these now. How many more are there? Got a full fucking latent logic puzzle going on here.
Yeah. Problem? Mad?
Bad?
Mad?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's me. I need to go. I'm supposed to go in after 2 months. It's probably pretty close. Get another check. Poisonous bite. Troublesome. Yeah, well, hopefully it's just that. Yeah, I had the high hemoglobin or whatever. I was come back after a couple months to get all that checked out. See if it still was high. It went down a little bit after like a couple weeks. Not like my diet or anything's gotten better. I mean, it's gotten a little better, I should say that. Yeah. Because... Oh, yeah. Yeah, usually I'm fine. The only time I got a little faint was when they were taking like a bunch of vials. One time I've gotten like really faint, from doing any medical stuff was when they were cutting a cyst out of the back of my neck. It's just, it was a combo of that, that fucking just sterile lighting, me having to be bent over a little bit, knowing they're just sitting there cutting it, the numb, the shot they gave me and stuff. It just, I think it just got me mentally fucked. What if I just guessed the right combo right away? Okay, I doubt it, because they probably made the combo the most annoying thing possible to get. I doubt any of the early ones are like the first ones you're supposed to do. That'd be sick. I don't know if you know until you test it on the boss, though, that was the thing. Yeah, that's what happened to me. I just get like a anxiety kind of panic thing, I think. I let it get to me too much. But I'm usually fine with the needles. I mean, I'm not like pumped to be doing it, that's for sure. I'm sitting there like, you know, very forcing myself to be just nice and chill, but I don't like get overhyped or anything to the point where I just can't do it. Yeah, just like that. That's me. The shot's coming. I'm like, These days I have a lot more anxiety about health shit. Oh yeah, makes sense. Oh, this is all of them. I never put in the white one because that was the first thing I found. Well, not that we're done by any means. If they can't control it, so they'll employ the insect. I've said my goodbyes to my wife and daughter. I may die in this attempt. Yeah. Heavy duty.
Holy based.
Dude, like, I can't let this happen.
Hit the brakes.
Hit the brakes. Flow channels that rotate the foot in your eye larger, which causes the pressure to go down. Yeah, that must feel very odd. So did they like, I mean, I assume they numb you up somehow, but I mean, how do they numb the eye up? Or do they not do it and just deal with it? I imagine that's not the case. I have no idea. Oh, okay. A little bit like the numbness then. There's a little bit there. So do they just like lock your eye in? I highly doubt they let you move your eye around. I don't know. Sounds fucked. I'm very sensitive about my eyes. If I had to like actually fucking make sure I didn't move my eyes, then I'd be fucked. Really? I feel like you could fuck that up somehow. Well, you just looked away real quick when your eyes are always doing all sorts of shit. If it was a big problem, they would have probably done something about it. I'm sure it's fine. There's one more thing to check. That's a pain in the ass. Oh, okay. Oh, so you just have to focus for just a second. Does Beastman scale in any way with intelligence? Does this elemental damage?
I don't think so. But it would affect defense elementally. Not that that matters too much now.
Yeah. Doesn't sound like it's probably an emergency, but good to make sure you're focused. Let's make it smooth. I'm gonna have to come down here and grind anyways. I don't know why I'm like so dead set on checking this right now. And then we have to still do the correct chemicals. Well, this might be like a chemical thing. That's why I want to go over there and check it so we can decide we're gonna solve it and then get it ready and come back. And then grind what we have to the left.
Kill the big boy outside.
Oh yeah, that too.
Forgot about him, didn't you?
Yeah, a little bit.
Sitting there waiting patiently.
He's very patient. Very patient, he's easy to forget. Not an easier way. Okay. Just gonna go back. I should probably go to the eye doctor too. I don't have any insurance for that though, and my vision has changed. It's not really affecting anything in a big way, so I can still read everything. It's hard to be justifiably worth the money. Not right now for me anyway, though. Like, I don't have the money. This is the thing. It'd be worth the money if I had it. What do you think? Stun or another ale note?
Another paralyzed wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, I feel like I need more activation though, because that's always where the slowdown is not having any. Like 2 stun would be nice, but she's just not attacking enough. I will put 2 stun on both of the daggers for the answer. Only 4 more daggers. All of that running around, and I've only gotten enough dragonfly things for 2. Pretty bad.
Skill issue.
I really don't like how they handle equipment. Cool if you just got enough of them, you could just buy them or some shit. Something to do with his money. Or when you've gotten all their drops. Go back in. Are they supposed to be like an ancient civilization or some alien people who came crashed?
I mean,
What am I gonna find that out or something?
no. Pretty sure it's just humanity, bub. They don't really elaborate on that too much.
Guess not. I guess not. We could do an attempt without doing chemicals just for fun.
You could.
Or with the chemicals I have. So you guys can see it for shits.
It'd be funny.
Fresh. Freshy. Well, I had to use all different colors and shit into my map, which was nice. It's cool having like more requirements on the map. You feel more satisfied. So proud, that's probably not. I mean, maybe there's a bit in there, but satisfied with your work. The more complicated it is. This guy just must not have much resistance. He has a lot of resistance, I should say. Stop assassinating him. I just don't think it works. No, I assume I'm supposed to do all of these. When they word it like, oh yes, white and green was great. I'm like, what? Did I just do white and green? Like, I don't think that's what they mean. I think that's everything. Something on the bottom right, I think so. Guess I could just leave. Go save. And then we'll do a joke attempt without any chemicals. Which I'm not going to be very serious about, obviously. But we'll come back down. I guess make the right chemicals. Confirm it on the boss if I can. Save. And then after that, grind the rest of my, my shards. My nails or whatever. We'll fight the dragon and then fight the final guy. That'll be it. Like the grind possibly take longer and all that. We'll see though. We'll see how I'm doing after I've made the compound. The proper one. We'll go see how I have to apply it and shit. I mentioned the admin panel and the control building. I don't know if that's just flavor. Wow. Well, we'll walk into the boss and see. Maybe it's in there. I'm supposed to use it. Not, I might have to use it on the thing we started at. The tummy. Thanks for charity. Skill points going. Okay. And wide dance, I guess, is supposed to be there for like guards or something. We're expecting it. I don't know.
I don't know. Wide dance is just kind of goofy.
I'm sure in the right situation you could do it, but you just really don't have info for that kind of thing. That'll do. Once we get to the grinding portion, assuming I'm gonna do that on stream because I think it might take a little longer than I'd like. We'll put on some tubes. But we got a little bit before that. Like I said, we're gonna go down right now and just attempt the boss for a joke.
Oh yeah.
I did that with Etrian 3 as well. Good tradition. Oh, this is the ad. Oh. Oh, okay, it'll tell you got it right.
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, you just gotta know. Oh, that's nice of them. I'll be going in now. The big bug.
Fucking big ass boogie.
What is he eating? Leaf.
Look at him chomping.
Look at that.
It's one of those grubs you dig up with a little spade when you're doing a garden. Cut it in half.
Let him rot. Yeah, it feels like he's gonna evolve, man. Abomination is beyond human understanding. What they say, man.
Get his ass. Look at him just fucking chomping away. He's disgusting.
He's just eating, man. He's just an animal. Powerful animal.
I like it. It's much different than EO3 where they build up to the final boss.
Yeah, I think it's just...
This guy's just some fucking bug.
I think it's cool because you just discover it. Because, I mean, you don't know anything about the lore of the world, really. So that there's just some place, some hidden black site facility where they were testing on creating life. And this is like the counter to Yggdrasil.
It has a right to exist. We have a right to kill it.
I have a right for life too.
This dude, he's committing thought crime. He's about to violate the NAP.
I think what he's actually gonna do, probably gonna break out and kill a lot of people.
Yeah, thus violating the NAP.
I don't know what that is. I thought, yeah. Alright, buddy. You done? Insatiable. Hoopa. Hoopa. Sound like he's a multi-phaser here. I don't even have any burst lights going up. Going too serious here. Attack mode immediately. Peptic juices. Oi. Not the juices. Spam ailments and pray to God.
There is no God here.
Should have already had, I should have already had chaos right now. I was going extra careful. Repress.
Oof.
He's got a few phases.
What? What makes you think that?
That's his HP's going down awfully quick. Oh,
he's
God.
dead.
What the hell am I looking at?
The ultimate
The
life
ultimate
form.
life form. Shadow the Hedgehog. He's here. Oh, he's got arm. Plenty of them. The covetous claw, the warp saber, cowardice, conceited, immoral. My God. What if you could just rush him? I highly doubt you can. You have angered the bug. You will regret your words and deeds, shortly.
Oh, you didn't fight this?
The music. Okay, he just takes no damage. Oi! 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 Yeah, the phase 2. Creepy. My burst gauge has been drained. Oh, Lord. How much health do these bad boys have? Okay. Mommy! Don't do it, bro. Yeah, that's probably the last fight. Or last phase. Yeah, tough. Well, here's hoping that's the phase that he gets pacified in. It's not the first phase. First phase, not as big a deal.
I'm gonna eat my salad. Enjoy.
Enjoy. Hey, wait. Yeah, wait. Are you still... You gone? Does anybody know if you could put the gas in and just leave? Like if you do it once, are you just good? Or do I have to do it on the attempt? Because I'd like to test to see if I do get it right. But I don't want that to be my attempt. I'm just like doing that while I'm grinding up daggers. It said it'd only work while I was on this floor. But I mean, it's only when I fight him, so who cares? Okay, man. No reaction. Yeah, it's pretty crazy second form. Crazy looking. Alright, well, let's get the old notepad out. Alright. Logical gamers. Gonna flex muscle, brain muscle. Brain muscle, defects, brain muscle. Alright, so there's 5. No effect when injected before or after yellow. Okay. So green before white works. Don't have white before or after yellow. I'm guessing directly before or after yellow. That means it needs to be at least there. No effect when directly before green. Okay. No effect when injected before or after green. Okay, this still works. It doesn't want to be directly before green. You do want it to be before green, I guess. Don't want to be before or after green. Isn't directly. My question is like, I mean, I assume I use all 5 and there's like a perfect setup. But it would be kind of fucked if you'd only use like a few or something. Okay, yellow's not before green. Or after blue. Does this work? RBG Y? Let's see here. No effect when injected before or after yellow.
Changed my mind. Too damn full for that salad. I'll eat that later. Eat
it later. So if there's no effect when injected before or after yellow, then I have to have a space in between it. Unless the green before makes it work no matter what. I hope that'd be some bullshit wording. No effect from red chemical. No effect indirectly before green. Okay, not directly before. It doesn't want to be before or after green. Directly. And the yellow half. Okay. Do they just mean I'm not supposed to use yellow at all?
Do they?
It says no useful effect. But it does have an effect. Don't do it directly before green. Let's see if we can do this logic thing with everything. Otherwise, maybe we have to get rid of one. Positive is green early, white before it. I don't know how early they're talking. Red doesn't want to be directly before green. Blue doesn't want to be before or after green. Does that mean directly? Because if you're going to remove some, the wording there kind of makes a difference. I mean, you think they would just say injected with green in general if they meant for you to remove it. I do red here. I'll do that before or after. Alright, this is not right before or after white. No effect from red. No effect when directly before green. Red is not before green. Blue is not before or after green directly. Green cannot be injected before red. Oh, so much for that. I mean, I might be under the wrong assumption. Maybe only some of these actually are good, so you have to only bring in a few, or put things like to buffer it out or some shit. Like you have to make sure yellow doesn't work correctly or something. Maybe that's it. Maybe yellow needs to be... It's neutered when injected before or after blue. Okay. Maybe we just don't care about it. Maybe yellow has to be in here, but I have to make sure it's not fucking me over. Let's restart with that. We know green before white, but then no useful effect from yellow. See, I just don't know if that means, well, we didn't find one, or there's just no useful effect. I assume because it says the target's plating hardened, you just don't want it activating at all. Or after blue, and blue. That'd be directly before or after. Try that. GW, BY. What's the problem with red? Can't be directly before green. Green cannot be before red. No effect when before. Does it mean directly? Or just in general? I hate the wording there. Because one thing does say directly. The rest I don't think did. And if that was the case, then some of these would literally never work. Like blue. Like pictures of these, man. Like a bunch of text. I don't have to go walk around and find all these again. I'd probably just look up a little database on them. I might do a little grinding, but I don't want to have to go through all the puzzles again. Don't let green be directly before yellow. Okay, that's fine. Not injected or after yellow. Assume directly, so that's fine. Effect when directly before green. I don't even have red on here right now. It can't be directly before, be after, but blue's fine. You can't inject green before red? Do they mean directly? Or just like in general? Because I could do that. That might actually work. So assuming yellow is one we don't want working correctly, which means we need it to be near blue and yellow, or blue and before or after blue, then let's see if the rest of these work. No effect when injected before or after yellow. And white is not directly before or after yellow. I mean, I assume it's directly, otherwise this wouldn't even fucking work. That would just mean it would never work at all. Now, red doesn't work when directly before green, it's not. I assume we want red, blue, and all that. They didn't say anything about anything but yellow being bad. I hope we don't have to like test and see what happens with some of these. And the bullshit. I was like, oh, red and blue actually make them fucking delete your game save. They're not having.
I just got it in one. I just solved this and then did it. It's fine.
Like,
it's not too bad. Easy, even a child could do it.
Jesus Christ, dude! I'm sitting here looking at it, like the plan. Is there a weird word play? Oh, I solved it in one. Cool.
I just mean that they don't expect experimentation. You should be able to just do it and go.
Oh, okay. Well, I got that then. That's fine. That would suck, yeah. Effect before or after green. Okay, it's not. Effect from green to chemical. If it's before red, I'm assuming directly before. I don't know though. It says just before red. But I don't want to switch the meaning on all these. Do you have a list of all these anywhere by chance? The different tests? I don't know where the fourth one is.
Let me see.
I mainly just want to play with the wording a little bit, and it kind of makes a big difference. Test for it. A pain in the ass. I don't know where it is. Didn't like a standardized way of doing it right away. Maybe it's the one, here. Yeah, it shouldn't be an issue to solve
I
it.
can't find them.
I just gotta make sure my information is right.
I just can't find them.
Right. Anything that can be done, I guess. Right. Let's see what. I mean, you're not missing. I mean, if you assume most of these are talking about being direct, then this should be fine, but I don't know. I might have the language wrong. I mean, it's not like I guess it doesn't really matter if I get it right or wrong. I still got to be down here forever. But I bet you there's a certain room that's better for fighting those guys. But that's probably not any info you have either. If the fucking dragonflies spawn in like a quadrant or something.
I could probably find out when we finish this and stuff.
No problem. I appreciate it. Man, I got a lot of them to fight.
I mean, I think you should only care about the Arcanus.
You think?
Other stuff's gonna be marginal.
I mean, it's 12% more damage on him. Binko will actually have more ailments and stuns she can put on. In white, RBY. I mean, I guess I could save before I inject it into the room. It does work. That way
I can
don't
also
have to
tell
do
you
it.
if it's correct if you want to save time, but I won't do that unless you want me to.
Oh, yeah. After I grab the combination, you can tell me. That way at least I went through the trouble of doing it. Otherwise people would call me a phony. Yeah, that'll work. Then I don't have to just run to the save point. Ooh. Shiny. Ooh. Shiny. Maybe not the gentleman to do this. What's up, Pussy?
Oh. Yep.
Help me! Bounded. The fuck these bounded?
Like bounded over the plains.
Oh, like moving. God, Jesus. I love English, man. Big fan.
Or you can use it geometrically.
Or like I'm bounding, I guess. Problem?
Mad.
Mad bro? Yeah. Yeah. It's fucking. Luckily, almost nobody uses bounded, like in terms of travel and shit. Unless you're like in an old medieval fantasy thing. Always forget on the most important part.
What's wrong with it?
I'll just get so hyped up fucking propping up that I'll forget to do holy bullshit. Too horrible actually with the checkpoints to do this. Well, not one spot, you don't have to do kind of any puzzle. Dragons are so goddamn good.
Born to kill.
Oh, dragon. Is this the right combo?
What was it again?
Okay. G, a green, white, red, blue, yellow.
Wrong.
Oh. Oh, I wish we had the data.
Sorry, Jimmy.
The precise language thing is probably killing out.
I can't write them down for you, son. Only you can do that.
No, whatever.
Better not be.
I just figured they wouldn't get into the fine details of the language to make this work. I've had enough of this fight. Just give me the good guys. The firefly dudes. The dragonflies. Mark where that one was. It says some of these do and don't say direct. My 8 pretty good. Started getting a bit more precise as I saw the extent of what was test 2. I put down directly on top. Test 3. I'll double check test 3. You have to grind a bit. Might as well make a thing. I really want to grind these guys though, but running away is almost worse. It's XP and survive. That's quite a bit of damage. Preempted? It just says no effect when ejected or after. Sail. Moon. Pretty better than that. Let's start this again. I just hope I have the language right. I keep thinking I have some of the language wrong here. Makes a difference because directly and just before or after is pretty different. But I assume they always mean directly. Why would they have this many steps? It was like broad stroke. Yellow was confirmed to have an effect, but says it wasn't a useful effect. Neutered when injected before or after blue. Maybe I should go read that. Maybe that one's wonky. Not in a good room. Sorry. Good. It's icy. I think it is right now. Nope. Yes, reach out. Those guys drop one every time would be done. They do not. Too awesome. When do I get back over there to check this? Go up top here. Ugh. Like I said, it's not like we're wasting any time on this. It's good. Unless there's certain quadrants they do have these creatures in them, but it's about even on how long they take. So I do it till I'm past grinding somehow. I think so. I'm gonna make make sure my wording's right before I waste time. It's a preemptive run for me. Oh yeah. What about? Needed to come from a totally different direction. Like it to that one from direction I came from, but only when it's not icy. It has two things blocking it. These are marked. Oop. Boy, I really had a mark for him. The trees, they're alive. Yeah, I guess we'll see where I am when I get out of this area. Once I've made the right chemical. Maybe I won't make the Runecaster's daggers.
I mean, it's a lot of effort for one fight. I think you'll win anyway.
Maybe 2 fights, but yeah. Alright. And I don't know if I want to push it to an extra day if we're so close. I mean, I don't mind doing another day. It's not really a time thing. Yeah, we got 2 fights left. I'm gonna stop after Jinko. Should be 14. I'm already on my way to. Unless you need to go off mic and you want to talk a bunch once we finish. We'll probably talk about the game, like, then we can just finish tomorrow. Wish they'd stop saying bad injection timing for everything. Want yellow to work or not, man? What is new to the enemy? The yellow chemicals effect? Nothing's different here. Can you actually make the fight harder for yourself? Do people do that?
No. No.
Oh,
It's weak or normal.
really? Yeah. This is stupid flavor dialogue. I think we do want yellow to be used. Think it with that in mind, maybe. I'm gonna assume they all are useful. Where can I move the yellow? Cannot be before or after blue. Maybe after white. Not be before or after white. Yeah. Have to be like yellow there, but I don't think that works. Blue cannot be before or after green. Yellow confirmed to have an effect. Did not inject yellow directly before green. I don't want to do this. I want it to have an effect. When do I fucking put it? I don't know about this. Not directly before. Oh, okay. Wonderful. I put my OK cloth over there. I need to get up and grab it. Christ, I really fucking see up with them. Green directly before red. No effect on injected before after green. Red's not before, no effect on injected before after yellow. Fine. Yellow's not right before green. Don't inject right before yellow. Yeah. Hitting hard, no useful effect from yellow. Neutered when injected before or after blue. Oh, great. Now that's oh, Jesus. There's always one little thing, man. I just wonder if some of my info is wrong.
No, I think it's all correct.
And we're assuming that they're all actually supposed to be useful. One of these isn't supposed to be like a filler one that we don't want to work. What target plating hardened is. Bullshit. I don't think I can have it be RY. Let's go back through and see. Is this right?
Yeah.
Let's swap them around a little bit. GWBRY. Okay, yeah. The first time I was just under the wrong implications about whether they were all useful. Let's go grab it.
Dragon Man is coming.
Let me see my weapons. I still need to go down there and make the gas. Maybe we'll get
Well, it's only
here.
effective while you're on the floor, so you have to make it and then just hold on to it.
Yeah, I'll just hold on to it. Jesus, dude, only 3 sky. These are more fucking. These are harder to get than the fucking sides.
Yeah, I didn't know you were gonna farm fucking 40 sides, or I would have told you not.
Well, I mean, you said it was a big deal to farm the fucking nails. I didn't realize they were fucking.
I was just telling you about the dagger because just otherwise know what you know about it.
No, I'd like to get it. And I'd probably be willing to do the farm, but I mean, I'd have to do it off stream while I'm watching shit. Then we'd have to delay it, but not necessary. It would be really nice on Binka though. She'd go from having pretty much nothing to having a full roster of ailments and.
Yeah, but she's not getting boosted rates on them, and the rate's pretty low in the first place.
True.
Each forge is like maybe 6% for the first one, and then 3% after that.
How much for the first one?
6%. Which is affected by resistance.
Dude, she hits a lot of fucking times, I don't know. And binds too.
Yeah, but if it's rolling down to a 1% every time.
I don't know if his arms are the same way.
I just put shit on her weapons to have something on them.
Yeah.
To load it up with vines just to help out. Maybe.
Flash actually would help on this last boss, maybe.
I'm gonna floss and brush.
Alright. I'm probably gonna make the chemical, then go for the dragon, I guess. Well, I'm gonna go down there and make the gas. Shouldn't take long. And then I think, yeah, maybe we'll just go ahead and try it. We'll try the bosses. I mean, yeah, I like the idea of getting the gear and stuff. I mean, just ignoring your endgame gear kind of sucks, but in this game, it's so grindy. And I mean, I did get some XP from the man. That wasn't like a waste. I did make 2 so far. So. Green was at the top left. Green. White. Bribe here. Honestly, this fight with the Ordinary Max would probably been better than anything. With the full AoE there. Probably pretty gnarly. Blue. Check. It's blue. I'm gonna go back to the left. Red. We're down here. I'm gonna go up to the heater. Turn off the heat. We'll go over and get the last one. Okay. Alright, that is all 5. What are my weapons? What are my items look like? I have one. Yeah. Where's that? Too much grinding for me. They don't drop very often, probably. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind. I mean, you look at the writhing wood. I mean, I've got like a million of them. Oh, pretty close to leveling. Am I muted? Oh no, I'm not muted. I'm just thinking. Goto's brushing his teeth. Or am I not audible right now? I should be audible. Kinda focused. Am I audible? Hello, 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 hello. Okay. Looks like I'm good. Oh, I didn't know if it was just on your end or something. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's probably just me being really quiet or some shit. Just been kind of doing like dull shit, just putting stuff together, nothing fancy. Good, it's been AFK, so I was probably just used to chit chatting. Nectar. I'd like to get some more nectar too, but they're gonna make them a bitch. I mean, they're probably the most useful thing. Adoras. Gas. I don't think the gas really matters. This reveals one foe on the floor. Like, who is using this shit, dude? Foes are only gonna matter in certain areas, and you can like see. You have a certain vision that's will uncover like fog permanently. That is far, far beyond what a one of those guys will even bother with. It's an odd thing. I have tech, but I don't think it's right. I want element. Some better boots for him. Why not? Let's put some shit away. Might not be the best time to do the super boss just because I don't know if we got as many people around, but do that or we save 2 bosses for tomorrow. Yeah, dude. That sounds awesome. Yeah, me and my brother go out to get some diner food pretty often these days. It's cheap. Ooh, Indian food. I wish we had an Indian place. Sounds good. I'd love to try like some of their curry or something. We'll enjoy. Yeah, that's the thing about right now. It's like, it's not that I need people to watch me do the super boss. It's that the conversation after would be pretty cool. Yoda has to be quiet. A lot of other people will probably sleep. Definitely considering just saving it. I'd have to put all this shit away. Because I might like farm while I'm just sitting here. Or I could just finish it. It probably would take less than an hour. From now, it might even take less than 30 minutes. Assuming I actually win. Maybe I'll leave it up to Goto if he wants to really dig in and chit chat about the game, but he can't right now. Then maybe we'll just do it tomorrow. Wouldn't be a big
Bubby,
deal.
I'm just flossing.
What?
I'm just flossing.
Would you rather we save it for tomorrow?
Just finish it, loser. Just finish it.
Just finish it. Call me a loser too, dude. God damn. That was uncalled. I'd rather have the TP or the 6 strength. It, six strength's pretty good. I mean, with 50 TPs, nice. For these ones who have very little. Ooh. The problem with this one with the dragons, I have to go a little farther. It's okay. Hopefully it's not too hard. Honestly, I'd be fine with just a nice easy time on both of these slotties. Thing is, my group just doesn't really have a whole lot of like careful mitigation and stuff. Wait, I need burst. Fuck. This is the best place for it. Oh wait, that's right. Her stun doesn't work if you have splash on. I have to get rid of this shit. Totally forgot. Totally forgot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That's an annoying thing you never even know. Oh. Oh, I can't redo the ancient food. Worse. I could just do this thing. I could just do this thing on like a bunch of people. This one, but whatever, dude.
Yeah.
Let's see who has what. I don't know who equipped these. This doesn't matter, it's gonna swap them off. Probably not even worth doing stun on her. He's already got it at a base level. On hit. If the boss just is totally resistant to stun, then who cares? Throw a cheeky sleep on here. Really glad you can save out in the field. I'm gonna get my burst all set up and shit. I don't have to do it every time. She just had full burst from resting. I kind of hate that you don't. I mean, how are you gonna really cheese that, right? Like, well, you're just gonna like burst some random enemy. Like, it's not really like a cheese thing. All it's gonna do is make it so you don't have to grind before a boss in the overworld or something. I prefer to not be. I need some shit here, man. I'll go back to the first area or second, third area and just defend. Get some losers. I guess these guys are. Any mana. Yep. Get our HP back. Oh man, topping off. The fucking level wouldn't even be that bad. I'm like really close. But I think it'll be fine. Okay. Finally time. Max preparation here. Time to get destroyed by the evil dragon man. Goto, you hear me? I hate to start without him. He thought. The pitch black form below you. Wiser than the Blizzard King. Was the Blizzard King wise one? Is that what he was known for? Oh yeah, I gotta put on some stuff. Don't know what he's gonna start with. We'll just take a guess there. That'll be it. Nice. The full bind. Yeah. That's from status. Yeah, gimmick. The max. I guess I should have just saved up for Hygea's bowl. Well, we'll keep rocking, but that seems to be, that'd probably be the counter. And we just gotta hope it wears off eventually. I get a blind off on him. Nice. He's just fully bound. Oh, he gets rid of your dance too? That's cheap. So if the paralyze actually works. And he's probably about fucking immune to half of this shit now. I guess the immunity doesn't matter with the 15%. Oh, supernova. Okay. Sick fight, dude. Has there ever been a good dragon fight in this game? Or in these games? What is that, just his DPS race after he just like holds you down for 10 hours? I'm gonna never do one of these dragons again then. Just trash. Not worth the time, man. And he resets your shit too. It's about as fun as you'd imagine. She's gonna end up killing herself, man. Could use some items. That was useful. That was useful. Cool fight, dude. Yeah, that was really fun. Epic. I don't have to go back and get some Theresias or whatever. I mean, he just wipes your fucking dances anyways. I don't know what makes him decide to do it. There's just some gimmick that he does it at a certain fucking time. You put any buffs on or something. I mean, that's the whole fucking game. So yeah, this is not even fun. Just goofy. I don't know if you can block it. There's something you can get to block everything, but I don't know if it counts this. Maybe you can just stun the first hit. I don't know if he might seal himself. Fuck you, nerd. Fucking turn one my ass, man. Fucking turn one of you. Piece of shit. Can I get some fucking follow traces that matter? Pretty cool, dude. Bad luck there. Can't even like use the turn that we're gonna get this. was kind of just a buff turn anyways. Just throw an extra few turns on that so I don't have to worry about it later. There you go. That's what I like to see. This motherfucker rocking his head back like he's getting fucking railed. Balls deep, dickin'. Yeah, can he be fucking down for a little longer? Problem girl. Let me get rid of the fallen scale. Lame shit. His gimmick is that he never gains resistance to binds. You have to full bind him to prevent supernova. And the strat is just to spam auto attacks on... Oh, you only need the headbind, so you just have to spam attacks on my two binders. I see. Yeah, see, there was times in the last fight I wouldn't bind, always, or it would run out on him. I mean, what happens if he runs out the turn he uses supernova? Oh well, you're dead? I mean, is that pretty much it? It's not like you get a turn to adjust. Yeah, I guess so, where he starts bound. You had touched it, it would control you. Okay, if you say so. Yeah, I mean, that's cute, but it's just kind of like another gimmick fight. So you kind of just have to know, right? Like, how would you even know? They don't tell you. And that's what's happening. Like, oh, because he's unbound. He's turned into, you know, you can cast the one-shot spell. I don't know what turn he does it on. He probably has a set turn. Whatever. That's how most super bosses are in fucking these type of games anyways. It has to be slayed, or else. Okay. That's an interesting one. Said it was a ranged attack though, right? Or is it magic? Ranged untyped attack. I guess it scales with magic. I wonder if I could use that on the super boss. Open up that shit. I think I'd want to use this, but better than Geo Impact, I guess. Well, no. I mean, Geo Impact, at least it stuns them, right? That might be better. It depends on how much damage Supernova does. I'm just thinking about the last boss. Ouch. Well, I don't have another level for it. I have to grind it out. So I could have spread for AoE on her. Just for this one fight. I just don't know if it would really work. Spread blind. It's gonna be pretty hard, Goto man. He's laughing. We could save it. It's gonna be a while. Any attempts this kind of thing will take. It's gonna be easy. just me and you to talk about the end of it. And the fucking chat. It's time. Oh wait. I need burst. It ain't even time at all. I need 5 burst. Point of not going in with 5 burst, you know? I might not use it right away. I kinda wanna save it for the big AoE hands part. Oh. Kill them first, I guess. This is all you gotta do now. Disgusting. Fuck. Who did that? This is why when you rest, they should just fill your burst, man. Even Trail's the one that has this problem, did that shit, man. Got your food, brother? Okay, burst max. Well, the food is whoa, already eaten. Fast power. Okay, specimen. Just autofill and rest? Yeah, it just doesn't make sense not to have it. It'd be one thing if it was like some balance check or some shit, but it's not. It'd be one thing if like the run through the dungeon and like burst was like all super important, but like you could just sit on it, right? You don't like need it. I mean, luckily it doesn't matter much because it's only for the bosses you're gonna do this, which there's not a shitload. Yeah, it's just like, why would you not have 5 burst, right? Going into one of these. Like, oh, you're gonna fight the super boss. But you're going to 0 burst. Like, nobody's ever said that. Nobody ever will. Oh, now I have 3. Do you lose burst when you run? Or do you gain burst when you start the fight? What? What? Man, it's still flossing. It's been fucking an hour. Hey, good morning. Or good whatever. We're about to go to the super boss. Hopefully win. Snug. That's the way to be. I'm a little anxious. Super boss will do that. Very serious business. Alrighty. Care about any of that shit. Let's get a save. And it will be officially, as long as I did the chemicals right. Pretty sure I did. Officially ready to rumble. Boom. Stream. Spray the compound. The blood-curdling scream of agony. What I like to hear. This will be your super boss for tonight. The super grub. A Koopa. We made it to phase 2 without the compound. That's a pretty big thumping, isn't it? Bug. Oy. Prepping up for phase 2. Good first phase. Now for Bog Forma de Death. Form of the End. How much damage does Supernova do, man? The stun's a better call, but my greed. Let's see it, man. I want to see what Supernova is. Can you blame me? I don't care about that. That's right. Fuck you. Fuck you. I need to get my improved link back now. Let's hope those don't come back ever, dude. That would be nice. Nothing off of that, man. Of course, dude. Everybody's favorite ability. And we're not getting shit, man. We're not gonna get any ailments on we have to use Beast Man. Megido. Cheesy. My favorite. Awesome. Well, that's cool. Another fun one. Oh well, I one-shot you. Like, that's it, man. Cool fight. Awesome, man. One shot for every turn. This is fun, dude. What the fuck? Are you just supposed to hope you get fucking lucky? With the ailments? I didn't get any ailments for like 3 or 4 fucking turns in a row. Yeah, bind this, ailment that. I was attacking him with multiple dagger attacks. I feel like all she needs to do is just never attack ever again. With anything but daggers. Ugh, these cheesy fights, dude. That's why I don't care for these. It's just goofy shit you'd never even be able to know. So Jesus, we had a really good turn where we killed all of their shit too. Couldn't have gone any better up to that point. Well, once again, it's just RNG. I'm just waiting for luck on ailments. This is the problem with the ailment build, is it's way too luck based. Yeah, I mean, it's great for normal fights. It's great for, like most bosses and shit, but yeah, when it's about super specific, like, attacks that will wipe you out without an ailment, and you don't really have them on command as much, it's a bit extreme. Okay, no bind that time. I don't know how much damage that really did. What was it, like 1,000 to everybody? That worked pretty good. Okay, it's pretty consistent. Blinded. Will he wipe us out this turn? I have to quick step the Nanaka? I'd rather be able to have just more chances with Ginkgo. Really, he won't wipe us out the fucking literal first turn. God, and he fucking dodges it. He's the size of a fucking house. Well, no headbinds. I guess we just lose. Arms. Fuck these shitty bosses, dude. The boss fight. Fishing for fucking headbinds. Why was this recommended again? This is fucking horrible. There's gotta be another strat. Is that actually it? To just fish for headbinds and then we're done? I can't get a headbind, so I don't do anything. As does Panic. Yeah, well, none of them ever work. Yeah, love luck. Love luck-based bosses, dude. I hope they learn to get rid of these in the future, dude. These are pure ass cheeks, man. This too. You just gotta get lucky, man. At least you can do that. So all of his claws just came back? Really? You didn't get lucky, so this boss fight is actual trash. What the fuck, dude? With this setup? It's pure cheeks, man. It looks cool, but like, I mean, really? All we do is fish for head binds, dude. That's the fight. And if you don't get the lucky headbind fish, he just wipes you out and respawns all of his dude. Holy. Oh, that's the stuff, man. And bullshit. Maybe we can get to the next phase. And we do have some decent panics here. Somehow. I don't know all of them, but... use these open turns to our advantage if we can. Do they stay in the back line? They do. Jesus, dude. Is that enough damage? Yeah, I should have farmed number 2's. Oh, does he still attack during this whole thing? Maybe he only can be hurt during this part? Getting rid of all of our buffs all the time gives us way less options. No binds on the big man. Oh, you lose blood surge too. Great. I got the head on the claw. Yeah, this is unreal, dude. Yeah, this is why you pick a bread and butter team, because nothing's designed for anything else in these fucking games, dude. It's just fucking luck. You have been practicing your... You have been doing your luck reps, haven't you? I mean, he hasn't gotten hit by anything. Is it just the Arcanist luck? That's fucking ridiculous, dude. I don't have any revives. I wish I had 1,000 bazillion nectars that were actually useful. He just does one every turn, dude. Like seriously, dude. Yeah, awesome. With what? Let me go get the mists out, I guess. I'm sure those will actually help at all, right? Look, dude. This was not worth doing. This guy is pure ass, man. The dungeon was worth it, but this boss is crap, man. With this setup, at least. It's just luck. I'm all for a long, just giving a push and pull, but yeah, it's just literally you lose if you don't have his shit memorized. I don't know if the mist would help me. I'd have to fucking go get burst again. Maybe I don't have to get burst. I don't know if you lose burst when you go back to town. I mean, it's just luck. If I could just get the headbind, I have like what 20 headbinds on across all my weapons, right? Just don't do any buffing. I could buy myself a few turns because he wiped all your fucking buffs, which makes the launch neck actually useless until you can get his buff back up. He like makes his DPS go from like godly to like 10% because he only gets one hit instead of like 10. And it keeps getting higher and higher and higher the more hits you get too. So I mean it's huge. Like, wiping the debuffs. I think the only person it doesn't affect in a huge way is probably the mage. Although you lose blood surge on both of them too, which it might not even be worth going in blood surge because you're gonna lose them and like, you're only gonna have like a few turns of uptime. Yeah. It's quite simple. And if I didn't have to go through all this shit every time. And these usually go pretty good. They might not always go good. Probably. This time we get fucked on. And if you get some lucky follow traces, it can totally change the fight too. Dude, he keeps hitting through fucking... Literally the same exact setup. Blind bro. Blind bros? What's going on? This fight's so fucking goofy, man. It looks cool, but... And I get it, man. You know, it's a super boss. They're gonna be like this where you just have to memorize it, because how else are you gonna make the difficulty unless the systems are just that crazy, but, like... It just feels horrible, man. Can I start hitting him now? I don't even know. I'm trying to like... Yeah, it'll be awesome all of a sudden, exactly. Wow, this is fucking awesome. I don't even think I want to get rid of Chaos Circle. I think I want this shit rocking every fucking 2 seconds. This song is very Strange Journey, dude. I don't even know if the same motherfucker did some of the music with Strange Journey on this. This is pretty much like most of the Strange Journey music. I think he opens up the eye thing anyways. Why doesn't it even matter? Time for the RNG. Isn't there a fucking burst that like guarantees binds on everything? I'm about to fucking whip that shit out, man. This is the one, dude. Yeah, guaranteed. Very optional. Here's the binds, right? Here they come. Yay, we got it. Wait, no we didn't. That was 100 attacks and not a single bind or chaos fucking tick. That wasn't supposed to happen. This was our time, bros. What happened? How did he dodge it? There's the headbutt, dude. How is he dodging all of these hits, bro? What the fuck? He's the size of a fucking house. He's the size of 20 houses. There you go, 5 big ones from my man. I must have physical like resist or something. Give me an ailment too while we're at it, brother. Nothing? Okay. Whatever, no. This guy is almost impossible to hit with an ailment or Brian. If he said he's got me. I figured he'd do that bullshit. What a trash fight. He looks really cool. I really like the idea and the whole labyrinth, man. But it was trash for me, at least. That the whole like that I had to fight down straight. I mean, there was strategy, right? Quick step to get ailments on right away on the poop in the beginning, pre-buff for as long as I can on the easy phase, so I could carry those into the harder phase. You know, the supernova. There might be more. Who knows? I mean, they gave me the XP. So. Supernova followed by, you know, the origin thing that I just picked up, and sometimes explosion on the circle. Like, there was strats there I was trying to go for with AoE, which I hadn't really done at this point, which was cool. That last one though, because I had so many hit with the chaos thing, the panic, I actually was able to use that as time to buff up harder and let those carry into the damage phase, which that's the part of the fight I like. Because it's not always the same. I can make plans around stuff and they can like actually matter. The part I don't like, and I don't like in any of these fucking fights in any of these games, is when they do the one shot. just whenever they open their eye, it's 3 turns of one shots. And it's like, okay, you know, if it was one and he had his eye and it popped up and it was like blue, I'm like, okay, I've got my stuff. I've got my mists, my blizzard mists. That'd be one thing, right? And then I got my other mists, or I had my fortress. It was just like 3 in a row, and you just have to memorize the pattern. And it just happens to be when his eyes open, I guess you figure out after a few attempts. And the only way you can really stop it with even this setup, I mean, maybe miss would work if they have priority. The only way is to get a headbind, which I didn't get almost any ailments on him or binds, just that headbind, dude. And that was all I needed to win after that, and he just had 3 turns of doing nothing. I didn't even use Higginbana. She just did swift attacks, dude. She was only useful to kill a couple arms and the Poopa, which, I mean, anybody could kill that. So yeah, I don't like that shit. I don't like the shit where it's... I'd rather have a really hard fight where it's realistic that I could, like, play and adjust strategies, even if I have to go home and fuck around. But I mean, I get it. It's a super boss. That's how they roll. It's cheesy. It's like the dragons, right? Where they just open. They have their one shots. You gotta remember, turn 1, 4, and 8 are one shots and stuff like that. I mean, when you learn it, it seems cool, but the thing is, like, you have to like know that that's gonna be the thing. And I don't know. I can't hate it too much. I don't find it as fun, but that is kind of just the way super bosses are usually. But I did like the parts before the headbind. I thought that was cool. Because I actually made strategies and new strategies and used some of what made my team work and some other stuff. And was using turn jumps and stuff. Yeah, poggers.
It's not the best super boss.
Yeah.
It's the easiest.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. Like, what if I got the headbind first try? We wouldn't be here right now talking about it. We'd just be like, oh yeah, well, that was pretty pussy boss. You know, we'd have no idea. That's kind of lame. I don't even know what he does, really. I mean, I guess he hits you with all ailments, the classic. He hits you with...
Yeah, eye opens, he hits you with elements in a row, then random ailments.
He gives rid of all your buffs sometimes, not always.
No, always. He always does.
Oh, is it like right after you like kill a couple? Like once he goes into the phase or something? I don't know.
Yeah, when the eye opens, he enters his set phase where he wipes your buffs, does elements in a row, and then ailments you.
Yeah, and those are all pretty classic super boss things. It just really sucks for some of my characters because they need some of those turns to prop up. I mean, really, dude. People shitting on the Runecaster. He probably put out the most consistent damage in the whole fight.
I don't know why people shit on Runemaster.
I don't get it. Like, he was doing like 1300 like 5 times. The fucking Lanchneck was doing like 300 a tick. Like, he can get up there but the thing is, Runecaster needs no setup. You put the fucking rune down, he might already have Blood Surge, and he just casts every turn, right? It's really nice. Well, that was cool. And no buffs needed. He doesn't even have, like, he doesn't need an attack buff or anything. I mean, if I could get Higginbana and Lanchneck rolling, they can do more, but they need rolling. Like, you could see there, like, that was the problem with the Night Seeker the entire game, is if you don't get an ailment hit, and I'm using, like, the best ailment setup possible probably in the game, right? With Arcanist and shit.
Yes.
And the multi-rolls, and then there's circles and stuff going. And if you don't get one, you just can't do anything on it. What is Night Stalker gonna do it themselves? Yeah, that's why that ability is so strong. Is because if you can never even fucking get it, it's gonna do 10 million. And the synergy is supposed to be that I get it more often, but it just doesn't fucking happen on some of these bosses, man. It's really awesome for trash fights.
Bro, just get lucky.
But yeah, this is what I mean when we were making the fucking setup. I was like, yeah, trash fights are cool. But then, you know, the bosses are like this, right? So it's like, that's why I like prepping for bosses. I like having that control and prep. It's like, well, I mean, we did destroy some bosses with this build. It's cool. I liked it. I had fun with the build. I think it's a good time. I wouldn't do it probably again for the next game, sure, but
Nah, I don't think so.
I've had enough like rolling for RNG on boss fights when I've got the upper hand, and then just completely just shutting them down if I do get it right. So it's kind of like it's a guilty pleasure, but we'll keep talking about it here. If you got some things to say, by all means. I don't mean to just ramble on.
No, I mean, Beyond stuff is cool. I think that you did get a little bit unlucky there, and it realistically is going to happen more often than that.
Yeah, I felt unlucky. Like, I'm supposed to already have like a flat 15%, right? At least, against the guy. And he probably has a pretty high, not high, but like a decent headbind chance, you'd think.
Yeah, the dragons are just not fun to fight at all.
I like this better than the dragons. I think the dragons are just lame. I mean,
they are lame.
And I feel like they're always going to be the same.
They're just kind of lame.
Yeah. They don't have the health to have the fight be anything special in the long run, and they're all just about one-shots or like goofy gimmicks or something. And it's like, I get it, man. Like, you can make bosses like that. That's what makes them difficult, because that's just how they work within the systems. Especially in a game where not everybody's got the same setup, but it's just like, eh. Like, I thought the dragon in 3 was cool, the divine dragon, where he was like pre-sealed and he kinda like started doing weird shit. It was still a little ghetto, but yeah, the elemental ones are just kinda like, they're just memorization and who can cheese each other first, and those just aren't fun. I guess you could say, oh, maybe post-game's not for you then. I mean, cause well, it's like, why not just make them like really hard, but something I can still like morph a strategy around, right? It's cool though. I guess it's more about just how the accessibility of it. Like, who's all gonna actually want to do these? Like, this guy's, I mean, obviously accessible enough. I mean, I probably could have came back in with Mist. How much did Mist cut off?
I think 30%.
Oh, I would have lost though.
Maybe 50.
I mean,
if you combined them with the runes, you would take almost no damage.
Technically, yeah. I mean, I'd have to be preloading them, yeah. But
yes.
I could pomp a Mist. I mean, I guess I don't even have to do runes. I could do a Mist, and then preload a heal with healing step. That's why I was getting healing step to have these fucking options, which I liked in the end. I used it sometimes, not as much in this fight. And then I could do that every turn until I get out. But then he's gonna respawn all his shit. That's gonna be the longest fight ever. But yeah, that would be a strategy I could do. But the thing is, I have to like just die 10,000 times and memorize that to know it's happening. And it's like, I mean, that's fair. You shouldn't have to be. You shouldn't be able to win like first time every time. I don't know. I just didn't like that the whole fight was literally one RNG roll. I mean, you can explain it however you want. Say whatever you want. It's just like that was the problem. It's like, I guess there was other ways sort of around it. I mean, I did mention the Mist during the fight. I was like, well, maybe we'll go do that, but
yeah, if you have a sniper, you can potentially bind. If you have a fortress, you can absolutely shut it down.
See, that's why I like the idea of like binds, where it's like I could just have a for sure bind. Like, maybe there's a limit to how often I can do it, but like, if I know it's coming, or who I'm up against, like, I can use it. Problem is, they don't give you that kind of information. Most of these JRPGs are not about, you know, showing you what's going to happen like an MMO.
The ailment build in 2U is more fun, because you, in some instances, can pretty much guarantee an infection at the start of a fight, if you want. And yeah, the thing with burst is dumb. They should just fill burst automatically when you rest. no reason not to.
Yeah, I'll never understand that. All it is just extra visor. The game's already over 100 hours long. I don't need the extra fucking 5 minutes of burst file. It was cool. I still liked it.
Did this one take 100? Maybe.
I actually don't know. Can I see my game time somewhere?
In your guild card, maybe. I think.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's probably gonna be a little inaccurate, but let's save real quick. Yeah, I mean, overall, I still liked it. I definitely liked visually the presentation and all that. The music, for sure. This just felt like a Strange Journey song, but worse. But like, did it even have unique music? Was this unique music? I could barely even tell, right?
It was unique music.
And,
the intro from the people music was not. That was the generic
okay, yeah.
boss theme.
Because in EO3, man, I was like, oh fuck, you know, here we go. And this one, I didn't even. I was just like, oh yeah, it's a Strange Journey music. That's cool. But anyways, I really liked EO3's. I mean, obviously the build up was cool, and this still as well. I liked the Stratum pretty well. It was one of the better ones. I guess we can go through like a tier list and shit. If you guys want to prep yours or something, that's fine. We'll talk about how I felt about my party, the good, the bad, how it stacked up maybe against the first game, and then just the general thoughts on the story and all that stuff too. But yeah, I liked the Stratum. I like with the boss though. I like that it was a bug. What he evolved into, I guess, was pretty final bossy. Not as cool as the little bug though. I kind of wish he was more of like a bug thing, but I get that he was supposed to go into some kind of psycho god form. I think if they just kept him like a really crazy ass bug, that would have been fine, but I guess that's not big enough. For me, it was just the music wasn't as cool. You know, I mean, obviously the EO3 super boss is bullshit too. I mean, it's worse than this. So I'm not like saying that like that one's just a better fight. This one's a better fight because I can at least do the fucking thing within a few tries. But it's just kind of lame. But it's hard to beat the presentation and the music and stuff of the third ones, and just like the build up and shit like that. But I like the idea of them creating this kind of like counter check thing. I hope they keep this going, the thematically fitting final boss that is like either the actual like final boss of the story pretty much thematically, or like it ties in a big way that makes a lot of sense. It made the back story a little bit more interesting. Obviously they didn't go super hard into it, but the idea of these people creating these checks and it bounces through all these different races and shit in an emergency is cool. And I wish it's kind of like EO3. I wish they would have leaned into that a little bit more. You kind of like slow discovering that. See, like this is like EO3, dude. Fuck the stupid drama bullshit, man, and all the fucking talking with all these fucking NPCs. I don't care. Make it about me adventuring, maybe slow discovering some ruins and like learning the story, and there could be dialogue with NPCs and stuff, but it's focused on that.
See, that's the funny thing. Despite me not liking Untold 1 that much, the story in Untold 1 is actually one of the better ones.
Mm-hmm. The base story or the redone story? Base, right?
No, the classic mode story.
Classic,
just straight up like, because it's very focused. It's just about you going and exploring shit. That's it.
Yeah, I see, and once again, I think it would just work better here. It's not just like a personal want, it just would work like better. Like, what are the coolest parts of this? Ancient civilizations, people creating races to help them survive in some kind of like apocalypse scenario or something. High tech, creating essentially what and disappearing and then creating what essentially is like, you know, magic and stuff for everybody that comes later. And you could just discover these new races a little bit, learn, like lean in, instead of drama, instead of let's talk to the Sentinels and fuck around and talk about the Titan artifact and shit and Logar and stuff and the Prince. I don't care about the Empire. Who cares about the Empire? Nobody. Like, make it more about focusing on the discovery of the civilization and leading into like Yggdrasil, and then you have a kind of like a decent understanding of like what Yggdrasil is, and how these ancient people are affecting you and how things have changed. But then that fuels like an adventure feel. There's a mystery to that. You're uncovering something. The progression of the zones is a bit more extreme because you're starting to finally see like their civilizations and shit with the ruined castle and all that. And then in the post game, you know, they're the dirty secret kind of thing, and it's like that'd be cool. It's kind of like how in EO3, it should have just been you slowly discovering this fucking apocalypse evil, and like a bunch of different civilizations kind of getting wiped out, and
yeah,
fucking Warcraft corrupted by the thing. But, anyways, I mean, I thought the story was shit until we got to the post game. Then it was just kind of like cool visual storytelling. Not like the story got better, but
the story's pretty lame.
Yeah. There's some fun NPCs, which I think is always the saving grace so far in these, story-wise. Because there's just like fun, charm. Like I like the Smithy, she's funny. I like the cooking mama. The Count is a fucking unit. I like him a lot. He's just a fucking chat. Oh shit, we got a dialogue. The Heaven Bringers. Versus Comet. 100 TP and 15 all stat. Okay. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna use all this sitting here, but
I'm good, bro.
it's like I'm good. Oh shit, dude. Where's my guy's weapons, man?
Where are they?
Did he not have them equipped?
Oh my fucking god.
That would be like Giga Chat. Dude, the Runecaster doing easily the most damage. No weapons.
Just forgot to put him back on after moving the daggers around.
Maybe.
And he still was doing that much damage.
Maybe.
No wonder Supernova wasn't doing that much, man.
Or did they get fucking like deleted? Oh, here they are.
Whoops.
Wow. All that prep. Got to put on the weapons, dude.
Now that's a fucking story for the kids.
I mean, I guess we'll call it styling on him.
Holy fuck, man.
I mean, I don't think it would have made a really big difference, but...
Yeah, it would have made a difference.
I mean, his main form would have died quicker, but I really used those turns before he opened his eye to prep some buffs, which helped up time. I think if I killed all of the arms right away, and it just immediately went into the I need a headbind mode, I don't know if I would have had enough uptime before he started his next tentacle phase. So that's kind of what I mean. Like, it would have helped technically, but it might have put us into the next tentacle phase too quick, because I would need a rebuff at some point. I mean, if I buffed better during the Poopa part, it'd be fine, but he wipes your buff, so it's like, fuck. So I don't think it was like a massive deal, but I mean, it was still funny though.
All I know is that shit's funny as hell.
Yeah, I mean, how much is that? Like, what, 24% more damage? It's pretty good. I was like, what the? Did the boss just wipe my fucking... Are my weapons busted? They're just... You think she would have said something, right? He was walking out with no weapons. It was like, it was his big day. He was nervous. He forgot.
They know what they're doing.
Well, I mean, luckily it didn't really... I mean, if it's not going to matter on anybody, I feel like Binko was probably the one that didn't matter the most, because his chance to resist seemed to be insane. Second most would be Delta, though. Neneko, I need her weapons. Higginbon and Peaceman, I need their weapons. I would have noticed and we would have had to walk back right away. See, with Delta, I was like, it didn't really... It wasn't a huge deal. But anyways, yeah. I think the characters are fun. I hope they keep like fun characters going. I don't think all of them are good. I'd say overall I still like the cast of 3 better. The shopkeepers and stuff like that. The NPCs in the town. Not the cast, but I do think some of these give them a run for their money. The problem is you have some like this, like Kurtida. I never even learned her name till now. Who are just boring. Like, yeah, she's sexy, dude. Who cares? Everybody's sexy. Who gives a shit? So she's just kind of boring. This guy's lame. But I mean, so is the other guy. This guy's at least more fun to make fun of. This guy's lame compared to the pirate guy. And you don't really see him all that often. He only pops up in the story sometimes. I think he should have been at the exit to always like see you off or something. The Count's the dude though. That's pretty much it on those guys.
Yeah, I think you'll actually just outright like the story of Untold One.
Probably. I don't see why it wouldn't. It's how you say it is. I think it's just that kind of story, or, I mean, the kind of story I was talking about just lends itself to these games so much more. There's way more cohesion with the gameplay, and
yeah, because the thing with 3 and 4 was that these overworlds, and they wanted to kind of fill the world with stuff and story and such, and they did. And no, it wasn't really that good. But in 1 and 2, it was just like pure go. And in 5, it's kind of the same way, just pure go.
yeah. I'm really looking forward to 5. 5 definitely just sounds like, yeah, like the black and white of this shit. It's awesome. But yeah, so music, I guess we talk music. After that we'll talk general thoughts on the party setup and then the stratums. The tier list, and probably talk about the world too. Kind of like segment this a little bit. I didn't write it down or anything ahead of time, but music, I would say I like this soundtrack less than 3, but not by a shitload. I think when the battle tracks are going, 3 blows this one out of the water. I think the boss tracks suck for the most part. I think a lot of the bombastic ones really suck. Well, I mean, okay. So the one that one boss track that's just a remix of the one they've done before. That one was fine. But like the bombastic ones, the Strange Journey kind of feeling ones, not so much. It fits great in Strange Journey. It didn't fit very well here. They don't get you pumped. They fit, but they're not anything better than like the competition, right? And JRPGs have a history of having really good fucking music usually, so. So yeah, I would say that wasn't so good. I think the strata music is solid though. I think that's the best stuff. There's a lot of mixture of kind of like chill stuff with mixed genres. You know, some of it's jazzy, some of it's more spooky, atmospheric stuff, like in the last one. I think it's all very helps keep everything very engaging. If the music was more annoying or goofy or something, I'd probably, be more bored with the areas. I find the music really an important thing. I don't think the overall music's really that great. Sometimes it's okay in some areas. Like the 4th area, it's not good. It's just like way over the top. And they literally have that fucking music playing when Yggdrasil pops up and shit. It's just so shit. Like, the music does not fit some of those scenes, but
Yep.
It was one thing when it was in the side areas on the sea in EO3, but in this it's the main stuff, so I think those could have been a little better. I mean, hyperbolic too. They're not shit. I don't think. I was just like, wow, this sucks. Except probably that shitty boss song from the EO2, or not EO2. The second stratum that they use a few times on other bosses. I don't like that bombastic ass shit. The title screen's better in 3 too, but the title screen's good in this. 3's is just unbeatable.
It can't be beaten. Just can't.
It's just the visual, audiovisual, just the combination is just too fucking good. It's untouchable. I guess we talk overall visuals, aesthetic too. I would definitely say I prefer 3's aesthetics. I think the jump to 3D was fine in this. I was probably a little bit more partial to the sprites. They have a little bit more character times. I don't know if they did a whole lot with the animations in this to make me really get like into it. I think like your Dragon Quest, their jump from 2D to 3D was a bit better. They gave a lot of charm and character to a lot of the stuff with the animation. And this, it just kind of felt like they were just doing it. Like they're like, okay, well we gotta go 3D. We're not gonna go ape shit, but here they are. Some of the big bosses and the dragons, they look more like cute than they do like imposing. Where in 3 they always looked hardcore because they were like sprites and shit. So. Like the big black dragon in this, I was like, he's almost just got this like cute rounded face. I'm like, what the fuck is this, man? Like when I'm thinking of the big divine dragon in 3, he was big, man. He was massive. He was insane looking, right? Because there was just a drawing, dude. So I'm sure they fixed that up over time. I think the bigger problem with monsters is this game has a fucking lot of reskins, dude.
A lot.
Holy fuck, it has a lot of reskins. I don't think it like kills it. I don't think any of this kills it. I enjoyed the game a lot overall, but I'm looking forward to the next one. But man, yeah, that was not a high point. In a game where you're discovering new lands, you're finding new things. You don't want to see the same shit that you've seen from another game. That's not a big deal though, because this could be your first one. The biggest problem is you're seeing shit you've seen in the zone before this again, and then again, and then again. That's too much, man. Like I said, it just doesn't lend itself to proper like exploration as much. You wanna discover new, you know, things. They call the fucking remakes of 1 and 2 Untold. Like, you know, new things, adventure. That's like how the framing of the entire thing. I always explore. You don't want to find like 4 mantises in a row, right? 2 wallabies in the same fucking dungeon. 20 lynxes. Wallaby. And I think that hurt the last dungeon a bit. I really liked the aesthetics there, but none of the monsters really felt like they fit. They just felt like dudes who just showed up. Yeah. 6th stratum of EO3, most of it was new. And they all looked really crazy, like they'd be in the jungle like a giant dragonfly. I mean, there's like the jack-o'-lantern guy, but that was interesting. He was just kind of out there. And then a few other kind of like, you know, like some crazy sheep or some was there some croc guy? I don't even remember. There was a bunch of just like wild stuff that kind of fit like
the fucking crazy splitting bugs.
Yeah, this like Cthulhu dungeon in the jungle, and like it just there was new stuff to find, so it added to this like crazy feel, and you'd learn new strategies. But instead, in this one, it's like, okay, I'm just fighting like a mole again. I'm fighting another beetle. I've fought like 1,000 beetles. I'm surprised we didn't see some fucking ancient bloody wallaby at the bottom. That'd be funny. That was the super boss Kangaroo Jack or something. But yeah, I don't think it killed it, but there was a certain enjoyment at probably that wasn't there because of fighting the same things over and over. Like, even if you don't think it's a big problem, imagine how it would feel if you did see new shit all the time and you had to learn new stuff and you got to see them react in different ways and you're getting kind of different cute little loot. That'd be better. It would. I think any game developer doing something like this would prefer to have new enemies every time. I get they can't do it, but there's a limit to how much you gotta like reuse, and I think this was beyond the limit. This was like Ni no Kuni 1 levels. There's like 1,000. Yeah, other than that though, I mean, visually it was still cool. I mean, it was a bit more stock fantasy, you know, caves and forests and stuff like that. But it still has that creativity with like the bloody library and the windy library and the ancient ruins, which are kind of, I mean, yeah, ruins aren't a new thing, but like, you know, the doors are drawbridges and you're kind of hanging in the air and it's next to the tree and stuff.
5th stratum kind of sucks.
Yeah.
It's 1 floor.
Yeah, we'll get into that, but yeah, I gotta agree. Overall, I did like this structure, but yeah, that part was fucked. But yeah, visually, I don't think it's as an exciting a setup as 3. Going deep down into the ocean and having these mixture of like forests and ocean and and like crazy eldritch areas and prisons, and it's just more creative. It's more interesting. This feels a bit more like what I'd figure like one would feel like or something. Which is fine, but when you go as hard as 3, you know, want to push the limit a bit more. So I'm glad they ended on the highest note. Probably it was still fun. It's really hard to beat just the feel of these. And I guess we can talk stratums now. Or no, I'll say stratums in case other people come in. I'll just talk the party. So yeah, this party we did the launch snack, which I liked. I thought it was pretty cool. I was kind of all over the place on this one. At the beginning, I was like, nothing really special. In the middle, I was like, this is cool. And then sometimes I was like, it's whatever. I think by the end, though, I liked it pretty well. There's nothing quite like hitting like 8 to 10 times for increasingly large damage, and the boss is just reeling, and then the weakness hits are going off, and all of your buffs are aligning right to really get like a good chain off on him. My problem with the Lanch Neck though is that if anything wipes your fucking buffs, which they do in the end, he's way too reliant on improved link. More than any probably buff in these fucking games on anybody. Without improved link, he just doesn't do anything. I usually just auto attack in fights with him. It's all about that. So it's cool when you get it, but when you don't have it, he's just kind of like the most tame dude possible. But luckily they don't wipe buffs often, and improved link's usually enough. Them being kind of centered on speed is neat. Having to do Vanguard though, especially when I don't have a tank, is a pretty big ask. This guy was getting one shot all the time, and I didn't even like ever use Vanguard at all. I bet if I did, it would probably help a bit. But it was hard to justify when I could barely stay alive as is. It was good that Vanguard had 5 turns. I did not realize that. I thought it was 3, and I was like, man, that's just a really bad uptime ask. The thing is, my team already had so many prop-up turns, and a lot of it was overkill usually, that I preferred sometimes just making sure I could get some steady damage and cutting a buff or 2 out, and just being able to do that occasionally. With the Lance Neck, I don't think it was as big a deal. It was more about getting chains with everybody else, so making sure they were open was the big thing. Not really how much he's doing. As long as he had the attack up and the Volt thing, it was very point hungry, but I liked the build on him. Nice mix of let me see the skills here. There's a nice mix of defensive stuff and passives. Some cute little choices with subclassing, mostly for passive damage and stuff. A lot of synergy with the links, so I thought that was really cool. I never wanted to use anything other than the links, but why would it matter? I don't even know. Is Sword Tempest and all those even good? Like,
no,
does anybody
they're
ever?
fine, but they're not good enough compared to links.
They're just kind of there, because that seems to be where all of this energy is. It's nice they have stuff like Power and Mind Break. Maybe I should have no, because I do wish maybe I wish I had 6 characters, man, that I could split the debuffs on the Arcanist with something else. Having the ailments was such a huge deal that I feel like I couldn't even use any of her other abilities sometimes. So maybe I would cut a damage class if I ever did this one again and put something that I could split some shit with, but not a big deal. Yeah, I'd say I like Lance Neck overall. I don't have like big complaints with it. It's an interesting idea. It's not just snapshots. And I think that was one of the cool things about this build, was it wasn't just snapshots. Like, I did have to prop up a little bit. I'd have a few turns of prep.
It's probably the most fun chasing class in the series.
Oh, I don't doubt it, yeah.
Maybe the 1 in 5 is better. I haven't used it.
We'll see if by that time I want to give it a go. But yeah. Yeah, I think that was one of the cool things, I guess just talking in general party here, that I liked about this, because I did a bread and butter, snapshot, a little bit of everything, mitigation kind of team in the first one, or in 3. I usually play games in order, so I keep thinking that's the first game. I keep saying it that way. But in Neo 3, so going for a team that is more ailment focused, bind focused, a little bit RNG focused, and doesn't have big setups, but is more just kind of you spend a turn or two getting a couple buffs, and then you just go buck wild. Is kind of cool. And it's a very the candle burns quick kind of a team though. When if things go awry or if I get bad luck, you kind of shit out a little bit. And it's hard to come back because there's not many revives. I don't have a lot of protection. I'm not putting guard, step on. I'm putting attack on. But if the stars align right, and they do usually, it's good. But if you don't like losing at all, it can be rough. I feel like I got a one-shot every boss. I don't think I mean, I died way more in 3, but it was also like a way harder game. I guess we can talk about that real quick. I think the difficulty in this one, not as good. There's some bullshit, if you like bullshit. Muscoids, stuff like that. But it's only like a couple things. Yeah, boys. That's not a big deal. It's got the same shitty dragons and stuff. But I'd say overall though, it's very easy to get over leveled. I don't like the forging. Oh, I do like forging. I don't like that the forging costs the like price of the fucking thing to do again. I would have preferred it was just money or like some other material. So the problem is, you like it, like end game-ish gear. You gotta grind a lot. That's just so bad. And then if you do that, you're gonna be like over leveled and stuff, which is lame. So for that matter, I mean, I didn't really buy a lot of things. I do wish that stuff like defense, like it's cool you can ignore it. I do wish sometimes though that was something that made a bit more sense to actually get. I think the problem with forging is, while it's neat that you can just like throw on stuff and just use forge slots to like super juice certain things, it does mean you kind of just ignore on certain classes equipment for like the whole game. So if you do like spending money and having tight economy and all that, this one is not good for that. Or at least with this setup. Maybe if you're playing like Fortress and shit, it'd be different. But for the most part, I mean, I'm just walking around with forge slots and passives and stuff, and it's fun. I mean, it's very unique, which is cool. But then the bad part of it is money's not really a thing, and if you like careful management of funds going into your dungeons, in 3 I had to always pick, do they need this? Do they need this? Who's gonna get this? How much money do I got? And it felt more like kind of like an adventure party thing. And this I was just like, I just buy everything and I have $1 million at the end.
Yeah.
Because I just didn't need much. And then when I did need something, finally, the money didn't matter. It was a grind, so that would be cool to have changed eventually. I think the end result of it is cool, but I think the process of getting it's a pain in the fucking ass, so. For that matter, I think the accessories, it was neat that you could just get them from stuff, but it was another thing where like you're not going to make your own or buy any. And I feel like having some of your equipment found is totally acceptable, but I don't know, they're just too good. Why wouldn't you use a huge HP thing, especially in a team like mine that has like healing problems, like really like 70-80 HP? Just flat stats. Like, why would you not do that? It's crazy they just give them out. Yeah, it's insane they give them out. Which, I mean, it's cool. It's cool finding them. It's grindy again, because you have to keep fucking seeing Kurjonin, because why would you want TP when you could just use an Armada 3 over health when you could get one shot easily? I mean, I was getting one shot all the time, even with these. A little grindy, but cool finding them. I do like the itemization in these games. It is unique. There's a lot of hidden stats and stuff, though. If Godo didn't tell me about, turn ordering, using lighter weapons, boots, defense not mattering a whole lot.
I mean, they do tell you in the bar, but it's not enough.
It's just, yeah, I think that's one of the big things that still sucks about some of these. Is the game is at its most enjoyed when you understand a lot of the systems, when you understand what abilities do, and not just a little one sentence, in numbers, in specifics. How turn orders work, what equipment does what to the, having boots make it go faster. I mean, it makes sense when you say it like that. Doesn't say it on there. No other game is really doing that shit. You'll move faster and go quicker in FF Tactics because it'll fucking say it right on the fucking boot. And that game has a lot of fucking like hidden shit too. Like, I don't know if there's even boots in that game. Whatever. You get the idea. So I think in a game that's like about making careful decisions, with party building at the beginning and all throughout the game, and careful placement of items that can swing things really bigly. How quick you can attack versus some of your teammates, right? Like you can outspeed a guy who needs to be attacking first by just accidentally putting one thing in. Having a certain weapon equipped, having, boots equipped on somebody, not on somebody else. And then that can change your damage output, the turn flow, and radically change how your team works. And even if you can still beat it just fine without knowing all that, some of the joy of this is that min-max is fully understanding what's going on and making adjustments within that system, and hopefully having the difficulty kind of balanced around that. And I think they're just so coy about telling you everything that, I gotta have Mr. Game Facts here to help make it more interesting. And I don't have a problem with that, but I mean, imagine if nobody played it, right? Yeah, you could just freeball a lot of it, but there's plenty to freeball and figure out and experiment with without them hiding like numbers from you, right? It's an odd thing. SMT does it too. But in SMT, you make a new fucking party every about 5 minutes, so it's not a big deal. Unless you make one party, if you want to redo them, you gotta grind. That's another thing that sucks. Having to grind your fucking retired party members and stuff. They try to alleviate it a bit in this compared to 3. I respect that. The tokens that let you jump back up to, certain levels. Only 2 levels to respec, which I think is really good. I didn't really need it, but it's good. Retire is still too expensive. Oh. I would probably just prefer it be another item. How many times are you going to need to retire, right? I mean, just make it an item or something I can spend some money on, or an item I can grind. That way I can't just do it in every fight. I mean, what would even be the problem, I guess, right? Like, yeah, in an RP way, you want to keep your team. You don't want to just always be constantly changing them out, changing your skills and stuff. So I get that. But what if I did just want to experiment? I want to dig into the systems and stuff, despite them not telling you shit. Pretty hard to do. Yeah, you gotta do a fresh run. And while that sounds like, oh, that's reasonable, it's a 100 fucking plus hour game. That's not an easy. I'm not gonna do the Bushi medic thing. Like, or just test it real quick. It'll take me 80, 90 hours. I think people would appreciate the game systems a bit more if they had a bit more freedom in that aspect. There's a lot of games like your Monster Sanctuaries and stuff where you just fully change it all the time. Luckily
for you, this is the final time there will be unlockable classes. No more.
Yes, that is a good point, yeah. Well, that helps with retiring. If they give me plenty of information, I can make all my calls at the beginning and then just roll with the team and use interesting skill decisions. And in this game, they give you ability gear and stuff, which I think is a cool thing too. A combo of all that stuff to mold the playstyle as I go, but without having
and they get casually better about that too. Like by the time you're in 5 and Nexus, they have systems where you get the materials for a weapon, buy the weapon. You can upgrade the weapon to +5 using either materials you find, which are not that bad, or by recycling previous weapons you've upgraded, which is cool.
Yeah.
And all the weapons have an associated either stat bonus or skill on them. So you just choose what you want to use.
Okay, yeah.
Like, they make improvements. And the forging is a cool idea, but it's too expensive to keep up all the time.
Yeah, I like it. It's just, too expensive. And I mean, it lets you do some really cool things. Like, I mean, that whole Arcanist thing only worked because of forging. A lot of the passive, everybody else just kind of stacks it back and shit. But in the beginning, I was doing Vit, you know. But I could see them, wanting to change it. I mean, I think really, you could kind of keep it if you just got rid of the amounts required. But if they change it a bigger way, that's fine, just to keep it fresh. I mean, they've done it these 2 games in a row now.
Yeah, forging is just going to be gone from now on, and unlockable classes are going to be gone. It's going to be smoother. Used pretty much every game from now on. You get in the labyrinth and just go, and that's the entire game.
Yeah, which when I was playing this, I was usually wanting that. I noticed that. In 3, it was the opposite. I was like, man, I really love taking a break and going out to sea, and then I love taking a break from that and going in the labyrinth. And this, I was like, either it was the QR codes, either it was the overworld not being really all that exciting.
He said Weether. You heard him. I interrupted him. Laugh at him.
Shut the fuck up. Weather. Who cares, man? Weather. I don't give a shit. Whether or not it was the mini dungeons or something, it was usually like just find the main labyrinth exploration is very satisfying. I was usually wanting just to get back to that. I don't think it's because I just need to have giant labyrinths with 4 floors or anything. I think it's more that the other stuff, while it was a neat kind of sideshow, break the pace here and there, I think it breaks the pace maybe too often. And you can front load too much of it. The QR codes were a mistake for sure. I was glad we did them, but they never should have existed in the first place. Because most of them were really not that good. And you spend way too much time doing them when you just are ready to get back in a dungeon, probably. But I mean, I was glad to do them because I want to see what all they'll do with these quests, and there's some few storylines here and there, and it was nice getting like XP and rewards and shit. Hard to turn down a quest in like Etrian, but the quality was not very good. 3's at least. I don't like the tournaments in 3 either, but at least you knew you had like 2 or 3 quests every floor, and that was gonna be about it. Something to spice up your exploration, and that was the whole point. It wasn't something to grind, right? Yeah, for that matter, I do like the side dungeons. I thought that was a cool little thing. I think they made a lot of fun gimmicks in those, sometimes better than the main dungeons. That would only work.
Little brief experiments.
Which I thought was
idea.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. I think it's a cool idea, and I think if you want to shorten the main dungeons for that, by all means. I think 4 can sometimes be too much. I think 4 with these dungeons would have been way too much. I don't think the main labyrinths get spicy enough and change it enough between each floor, and a lot of the gimmicks in them are really just not that good. That if they were 4 floors, I'd probably go insane. So I'm glad that they had
Can you imagine a 4th floor of the cave?
Just pick any of them, yeah. The cave, I'd go insane. The library with the fucking more of the exact same gimmick.
Can you imagine if there was a 4th floor in the library and it was all one giant room, and if you pissed off anything in the room, everything
yeah, to
went
just
after you?
fucking thread out. Yeah. I guess we'll get in the Labyrinth City. I'm already kind of raring up for the Labyrinth. Let's go through the other classes here, and then we'll get into it. Maybe some of the other folks to show before Labyrinth. That's probably where the juicy chit chat is. Nightseeker was cool. For me, they had more versatility in the beginning when they were the only thing that would debuff stuff. But I found my strategy with them changed often enough. When it did change, they didn't do anything else, but it would change at different chunks of the game. In the beginning, it was debuffs to shut down people. In the middle, it was kind of a mix of that. Just normal attacking. They didn't do a shitload. They weren't like a huge part of it. They were just kind of an auto attacker. It was mostly the runecaster that handled the trash fight. But by the end, when I really needed to shut down lots of guys, and play into you know, dealing with like really high health, high defense dudes, I would use Assassinate a lot, and that ended up being pretty strong with Follow Trace. So that was fun. So my way of handling trash with them, they were pretty much an auto attacker for most of it, but there was a few spots throughout that they had a nice mix. Overall, I think a class that capitalizes on ailments is really cool. I really like that. A unique kind of thing. There's a lot of synergy there because you can, you know, put ailments on with other people, other classes and stuff. So that's a good way to like split the roles, and then, you know, you can focus on damage with this one. It doesn't mean that the gameplay for this one will get very simple if you can set up everything on somebody else, because you just kind of do one attack. It's Shadow Bite, and when you're not doing Shadow Bite, they're totally useless. Like really useless. You could try to throw like a like a fucking blind throw down, but it feels like such ass because it won't work. It doesn't do any damage, and you know you could be doing like 8,000 damage this turn if you had luck. So it's like, it's just like the worst shit. And there's no guaranteed way you're gonna get back being able to do that like you could with like a snapshot class. So it's an interesting thing. I mean, obviously the way the luck works, you're still gonna have plenty of uptime, but since you're kind of getting dicked by RNG, it feels a little shittier sometimes, and other times it feels amazing. You'll walk into a boss, he'll get hit with an ailment, you'll never see his attack, it's over, and it's pretty much because of the Night Seekers. So they're really effective, they're super strong, I would say OPE, especially if you've got luck on your side, or probably unmatched by anything in this, I'd imagine, damage-wise. Yeah. They're just not very consistent. I would say that in the best of times, Hegemona will do my most damage, but I wouldn't be surprised if over the entire playthrough, she was my lowest damage dealer, if you added up all the numbers.
No, I think the lowest damage dealer was actually Big Dick.
Yeah, I think out of the people who actually do damage, that's their job. I forgot about Big Dick. I'll have to talk about Big Dick. But yeah,
Katie loves talking about Big Dick.
I do love talking about Big. But yeah, I think Night Seeker ended up being cool. I don't think they were as hype as I expected, but they were still a good thing. I think it's a very unique idea, capitalizing on ailments. Like I said, I think the synergy's cool. Their gameplay, I guess if you do the spread and all that, it seems to be kind of interesting. But for me, they're more of a insta-kill shutdown, super high boss damage kind of class. It was cool. I think they worked well. There was synergy there once again. Even with stuff like Swift Edge. I think the negative synergy there was that they're too fast, so they tend to outspeed the launch neck all the fucking time. I'm using swords on her, and and he's using like a fucking like all speed thing, charm and all that, and she's still beating him. So that lowers launch neck's damage for no gain for her. So that sucks. So you gotta be careful with speed boost. I probably shouldn't have put it on there. That might have been like enough to change everything. I could have gotten rid of her boots, probably. Really, that would have been smart. I should have done that. I should have put her in the very end. That way all the debuffs could come out first, the ailment, and then I could guess whether or not I would get Shadow Bite. Whatever. I'll think about it in the future. I need to not just do like boots and shit every time. It's nice going faster than the enemy, but like you gotta think about it, especially in teams like this that are capitalizing off other teammates' turns. Like I can adjust the order. If they need a bunch of buffs, they should probably be the last person to go. Yeah, so they were cool. I thought it was neat. Bushi subclass, which was useful. I can't really speak on the Bushi or anything. The subclass worked well with stuff. Dancer. If it didn't have the passive that gave it more turns of buff, this would be a dog shit class. I would never want to play it again. But because
oh yeah, that's the other thing. After this, subclassing goes away until Nexus.
Really?
Yeah.
They get rid of subclassing?
Yeah, they do other stuff instead.
Oh, okay. I was like, that felt like kind of a big part of the strategy, and that was actually a way that made sense to like mix up the gameplay halfway through without having to retire all of your people. Okay.
Yeah, they just have other systems instead. So
that's cool.
Bushi and Nightseeker are pretty centralizing in this game for subclasses.
Yeah, I would say that is probably an issue. I think there's probably so I guess we can talk about subclassing, yeah. While there's probably some cute options you can use on everybody, it's really hard to turn down just free more damage on everybody who's DPS. And with all these multi-hit ailment people, it's really hard to turn down just 2 weapons. There's probably, I mean, obviously you have your like your bread and butter subclasses. You could do like medic and stuff because that's, you know, a little safer and shit. I'm sure most people have like a medic. Maybe people mess around with like dancer to have 2 rows of buffs or something. Who knows? But yeah, it's really hard to just be like, oh yeah, I don't want 50% more damage and the ability to like sustain in dungeons forever, and it's like free and all that shit. So I think they ended up good, but I didn't feel like I had like really clever subclassing options in this, right? There was no hoplite ninja where I was like fucking jumping around and it just completely changed everything, right? I think the biggest thing that changed everything was probably getting what was it? Blade fire on Arcanist. I don't even know what subclass was really big, right? Nothing. They're all just passive plays. Nothing like I said, Hoplite Ninja or anything like that, which really felt like it was a, you know, it really changed everything. So it was just cute. So like Goto said, it's just centralizing. You just do a lot. Everybody's gonna cover a lot of the same bases, and I mean, it makes sense. There's synergy. It makes sense. They're all gonna cover safe passives or a lot of the similar territory because they all work with each other well. Hard to go off and do something insane when you have something that just works with everything else so much better. It pays for it. I mean, if the bosses had 3 times the health, I think you would not be able to do most of these teams effectively, but that is okay. But yeah, Dancer, like I said, if Dancer did not have 6 turns per buff, I would hate playing them. Because I wouldn't hate playing them, but like, they'd be kind of boring. You would just always be buffing. I liked that you would buff, but then you also had some other utilities, whether it was auto attacking, which was Nice for shutdown. Nice for launch day. Whenever I talk a lot like this, I always be on it. I don't know why. I think it's because I talk too quick. But yeah, they have a lot of synergy with launch next, which is really cool. Same with their buffs. That works a lot with the front two people. They had backup healing for me. They had the ability to pop people to the fucking front turn, which I ended up using here at the end a bit to try to get insta ailments with my higher chance Arcanist. They just kind of add a little bit of everything, and I think they're really fun because of that. I like stuff where I can kind of have a big kit of abilities that I might get surprised with and have to like whip out and use depending on what's happening. And I don't think they have that much in that respect, but I do like that they have a bit. Yeah, I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna regen this time. Oh, I'm gonna healing step this time. Oh, I can just auto attack. Oh, I'm gonna buff, or I'm gonna cut this buff. There was a lot of like variability. They were very customizable. It wasn't always just one strat. And I think that's good. That's the stuff you want. If it's not a really cool like combo setup or something, I want something where I have a plethora of moves and I'm having to analyze situations and make different calls. And that's kind of what I meant with the hot play when we were talking about it earlier. Is like, I was like, sure, their buttons aren't that crazy. That's what you call it an MMO. Your buttons aren't crazy, but like the choices you have to make and the different kind of like mentality you have to have going into playing them is refreshing. And that's kind of how Dancer is for me. So I like Dancer. That was good. I figured it would be good. Sometimes it was kind of boring, but I think at the end of the day, they always had cool answers to shit. The problem, stuff like Refresh Waltz and all that ended up pretty good at times. They're really strong. But the problem is a lot of these bosses who are going to use mass ailments or binds, if you just get hit, you're fucked. Or if it's a super boss, they remove your dance anyways, so it just kind of invalidates the whole point of it. So that just makes those bosses feel stupid. The dragons do it. The black dragon did it. It was bullshit. Oh yeah. Yeah, they were cool. I didn't really do a whole lot here. Auto cloak and blade flurry. They have enough stuff to buy on their own. I think the big crazy one though is probably Arcanist. This one was probably the most important class. I could get away with damage on all sorts of other people, but this one, everything kind of hinged around it. Higginbana survived on it. This was the only way I wasn't always getting blown up. I think I had more fun when it came to decision making, probably playing it as a guest class. When I was just picking different binds for different things. I thought that was kind of cool. And then having the option to like, you know, use those circles or whatever to explode or heal when I needed. The problem is this game just one-shots you all the time, or you one-shot them all the time. So there's not really this time to like put down a circle, do a few things, maybe blow it up. Maybe I gotta make up for some healing here. You're usually just throwing the fucker down, putting your best one down, chaos circle. Why would you do anything else? And just fucking just shitting as much other stuff as you can out there. It's not this like slow thing where you're just picking and you're using your, you know, like an MMO or something where you're gonna use your dismiss.
I mean, that's why I think you're gonna like Untold 2 is because the way Hexer works is you do just pick and choose what ailments you want to do, and you have abilities that increase the infliction a lot, and you rely on healing from another class, whereas in this one you're trying to do too much sometimes.
Yeah, I think Arcanist probably has too many jobs here. I think they're really fun, and I think they're really good. I don't mean to say they're shit, but there is times where it's like, I want to make some of these kind of like educated, like smart little decisions and stuff, and I kind of want to go through the entire cycle of like dismissing, like it's a big part of the class, right? Like dismissing with AoE or single target heal. I almost never did until the very end. And the heal, it's like, it's really hard to want to do a dismiss heal because the damage is coming out so fast. Maybe with the fortress it wouldn't be a big deal. But because everything's so just dirty and fast in this, if you use dismiss heal, you don't have your passive heal up. Which means you're taking a big chance, which means you're probably relying on ailments, which means you're relying on luck. That's never a good strat. I mean, it's a good strat in this, but it's never like a bulletproof strat. You're gonna get fucked eventually, and it does happen. It's very ride or die. So yeah, Arcanist just has a lot of cool options. I like the idea of the circles a lot. Full AoE, no bullshit. Just boom, everybody gets hit if you're lucky enough. Even if only a couple get hit, it's really good for trash fights. It shuts people down. That you have options for other stuff is cool. Why would you use anything but Chaos Circle is the problem. That's just like the thing to do. Maybe if binds were like for sure, like almost 100% every time, that would be more effective. Like, okay, you know, panics like say 30-40%. Well, that's better to do and it covers more ground. But if you know this enemy is going to fuck you up with arm attack, that's a 90%. That would be a cool way to do it. I think that's kind of how binds are, but they don't feel that way. So it'd be cool to just like optimize using different parts of their kit, but for the most part you just use Chaos Circle. That they have heals, ailments, binds, debuffs, walking heals, trap protection, the ability to essentially forge your weapons into fucking god ailment things. They just do everything, and which makes them really cool and versatile. Problem is they're so good at the ailment thing. Is like most of like they just have too many things to do. But because the ailment thing is such an important part of this team and such an important part of most of these probably teams, it's hard to really ever get time to do anything else. You're not doing any dismissal shit. So that whole part of the class is gone. Because why would you when you have the ability to fucking attack something and put 20 fucking ailments on it? Whew. Or put down a circle and hit everybody in the room with like a chaos thing. Or debuff, you know. Overall, I liked them. I think they were probably one of the best ones in this. I think they're really cool. I do just wish maybe the gameplay and the damage output and stuff in this one was a bit more tuned so that you could actually use other parts of the Nightseeker or the Arcanist. Because of how ailments work where they start getting immunity too, it really lends itself to wanting you to get the fight done quick, because the longer you go, the worse this Arcanist is going to be. And they're not going to probably be able to keep up with healing against something that probably does 500 damage to your entire party a turn or something. You only can heal every other turns. In that respect, Dancer's probably a fucking better healer. They can just spam healing step at least. Anyways, I liked Arcanist though. I thought it was good overall. It's one that I could see me coming back to in a different game if they just existed and they were good. And trying a different approach depending on how the balance of the game was. Thing is, they just worked really well with Nightseeker. It was pretty much just the enabler. And I got rid of the medic for this. I was really worried I wouldn't have enough healing. And I didn't. I did not have, I mean, you didn't need the healing, but when I did need the healing, I did not have the healing. That's kind of what I was worried about, was those instances where I would not have an answer to 500 damage across my party. Technically they have it with Dismiss Heal, but because ailment boost daggers and putting down like other buffs can eat up some of your turns, you don't really always have one sitting there. That's why I did like a backup dancer heal thing. I could definitely see if you're wanting to be really safe, probably on your dancer or something. While it would affect your launch next turns, probably put medic. There's only a few times that ever really mattered, but I did not have an answer for those times, and there's no revive or anything. But for the most part, they can handle it just because the ailment game is insane, which is really cool. But yeah. The problem with that setup is there are going to be times you have to trust that your ailments are going to hit. Because if your ailments don't hit, you're not shutting down anybody, and you're not going to have the kind of healing to be able to play a mitigation game, especially when you don't even have a fucking tank. So if you get unlucky, which we got plenty in the post game, you might end up hating the Arcanist sometimes. But I think it's so strong when it is doing good that it makes up for all that shit. And it's a very unique way of playing, which I really like. At least for this game. Alright, and Rune Master. This is the caster. I thought he was a good caster. Nice mix of AoEs, multi-targets, big hits, defense mitigation with the runes. The cool thing about the runes is that they were also debuffs, which I like. I really like that combo because I might never use the buffs if they didn't have the debuff attached to them. And then sometimes I'd have to be like, okay, do I want the buff or do I want the debuff? Depending on who it is, like, I'm going to fight the fire dragon. Well, yeah, if I want more damage, I would do the ice one, but I don't want to get hit as hard. So there were some cool choices there, deciding whether you wanted mitigation or whether you wanted damage. Also, for trash fights and stuff, they have a big mix of Pierce, which is a really cool thing, Splash, like I said, multi-hits, all attacks, super hits. They just kind of had a cool spell answer for just about anything. Even like a melee frontline one. They're not gonna like be this really zany out there caster class. But if you just want a caster, I mean, they've just got they got all the spells. They've got almighty damage. They've got untyped in this. You know, free fucking spells and just all sorts of different mechanics you could do that you generally are not going to play them the same way in every trash fight. You're going to swap different spells depending on weaknesses, depending on how they can be exploiting formations, and I think that's really fun. I think that, you know, that's cool, and they're really effective. They do a lot of damage. Rune Master, while he's not as flashy about it, he probably was doing the most consistent damage in every fight, and he's pretty bread and butter, so it's cool. Like, he's not gonna be like, well, you know, I got the headbind and 20 other ailments, and then I did 6,000 damage with Higginbona, kind of cool shit, right? But like, every turn, other than Volt Rune, he's going to do like thousands of damage, and he's going to set up the launch neck when he's using Galvanic Rune for at least 4 hits. So he was good in bosses. He was great in trash. He was probably the most consistent, just steady member of the whole team, probably.
Yeah, the Zodiac fall off problem doesn't really happen here.
Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, the Zodiac, they fell off pretty hard, but they could be made up for with their burst bullshit. Burst cheese. This guy, he didn't need it. I mean, he just still did a lot of damage. Yeah, Goto went a different subclass. I went Bushi. It worked out pretty well for me, I'd say. The Endure kicked in pretty often. Well, I mean, it was once every now and then, right? Obviously. And then Auto Surge doesn't kick in as often as I'd like. It does. That is another way to RNG fuck up your turns. If the boss has a very tight amount of time before he blows you up, having a ways to turn on Surge does mean you're the whole fight's gonna be one turn slower, but I didn't really use actually it on him that often. Sometimes I would just not bother because I was like, you know, the Lance Neck damage, because this fight's only going to be 5 turns long, making sure I get that lounge snag damage right now is probably more valuable than putting Blood Surge on this guy and missing out on 4 or 5 launch snag hits. So that was cool. That was cool options there. I like those kinds of options. I think that's kind of what I meant by like when we were talking about the Nightseeker earlier, is there isn't really those options on here. You do a couple different things, but they're always just like a worse thing compared to what you'd want to do. I feel like on stuff like this, I would make like multiple different choices that ended up being like important. Maybe if you weren't doing an Arcanist thing, you'd probably get to mess around with some other stuff with Nightseeker, but they're just so reliant on the Arcanist. Because you gotta spend a turn setting up your own buff, and then it could just be gone next turn for all you know. Like, maybe if you're using Burst to extend ailments, I don't know how well that works, if it's just like a single turn or what. There's probably some cool things you can do. Yeah, those were the classes. I don't know, I kind of liked them all. This was a pretty good team. They were fun. I don't know if there'd be one I'd really be like, oh yeah, this was the boring one, or you know, oh, this is one I could see myself replacing. Because even though Nightseeker didn't have a lot of buttons sometimes, it sure felt cool hitting giant fucking numbers, so we'd be like, you know, it's over, you know, just because of the Nightseeker, and that's a cool thing. Oh, I think they were all pretty cool.
It's fucking over.
It's fucking over, dude. Yeah, so solid team. I enjoyed it. I'd probably say, in terms of just like creativity and craziness, this one's probably better. The first game, or the EO3s, but I do like EO3s for a different style. I'm glad we did a different style, I guess is what I'm saying. I'm not gonna really compare them that much. Oh, I probably got more bored with EO3s. Because they were really boring for trash fights. Because it was mostly boss snapshot setups. But I think both of them were really fun overall. So I'm glad I wasn't like kind of disappointed. Oh yeah, Medic. Medic was just a healer. I don't know, it's just really bread and butter healer. It looked like they had a couple melee options and stuff if you wanted, but nothing wrong with bread and butter, but there's not really much else to say on it. I think if you like healing, there's no bullshit on that, which is really cool. Because, I mean, you might play some of these and be like, wow, where's just some nice healing, you know? I just want to play like a nice stock, just safe healer. Because, I mean, if you want anything to be consistent, probably your heal. So I think Medic is cool. I'd probably roll Medic in some other game if it was there, depending on my team setup. But if you want to get creative, you want to get crazy, they're not very crazy. There's nothing going on. I mean, they just fucking heal. If you could give them a lot of speed, it'd probably be super effective at answering any damage every turn.
I definitely think medics get improved on later.
Do they?
In the series, yeah.
Do they start having like their options, or is it just some?
They start getting stuff like delayed heal, where it heals at the start of the next turn instead.
Ooh, see, that's good. That's always the problem with these turn-based games, dude. Is if you heal. Is the problem where an enemy can attack at the end of the turn and then start an attack at the beginning of the turn and shit. That's like, how do you answer that as a healer? If you are too slow, where you're always having to, like, you're having the worst possible thing as a healer is having to prep heal. It's much better to have to answer. Like, if you have to always prep a party heal because you know your speed's so shit you won't be able to respond properly otherwise, that means you're going to waste a lot of mana. Turns you don't need a heal, you're going to end up healing over something else, and it just fucks up the turn economy. So being able to have like a delayed one, something like that would be pretty cool. Anyways, well, that's the class stuff. I liked it overall. think it was definitely one of the better parts of the game. Still not transparent enough. The numbers, just explaining the skills is just not there. I don't think that's improved much. The grind has improved a little bit, but it's still bad. Unlocking classes is still stupid, kinda. But subclassing, while not as varied and fun this time around for me, was still a cool idea. But yeah. Gameplay wise, it was good. Oh, burst. It was kind of like a better version of what was in 3, right?
Yeah, the limits, it was pretty much the same.
Pretty much the same. This one just had more. I think rare breeds are a mistake. I mean, they're cool to pop up. You do think about them.
This is the last time it shows up too.
Yeah,
this is it.
I think it's too hard. It's like they're exciting, right? Like it's cool to be like, oh hey, there's a rare breed. Oh, he's tough. Maybe I won't fight him. But you almost never.
Yeah, but
do.
like Holy Gift imbalances it.
The problem is, yeah, with Holy Gift and rare breeds, your level curve is not going to be as tight as you were planning on it being. And I think in Etrian Odyssey, a game where it's difficulty, it's economy, how long it takes to get to a shortcut and all that, everything's very tightly designed, and that's where a lot of the quality is. When that gets thrown out the window, and it's not just from your customization, but from just raw stats, it's not good for the whole thing. So I can see why they probably got rid of them.
I mean, EO5 is a similar system, but it's much more tailored.
Yeah, it should be fine.
And you gotta like spend actual skill points on it to make it work.
Oh. But yeah, I liked it in this. It was fun just getting strong, but I'm not gonna lie, I probably would have, you know, I'm sure maybe it would have been more engaging to have something a little bit tighter designed. But otherwise, I like the idea of having like a burst where I can heal myself. I always liked the guards. Problem is, I do think too many bosses are designed around those in the end game. 3 had a problem with that. It was mostly the dragons. Like I pretty much needed to walk in with Age Sword on turn 1 and 4 and 7 and all that shit. And that's kind of lame. But I like that you have 5 slots. Revives. A lot of these came in handy. They were very powerful when I needed them. I didn't get them too often for them to be OP. I did like that in 3, where I could actually make a character that could get them all the time. We say that you get more bursts per attack. When I was watching the attack go up, you get the burst before the attack goes off, and then it doesn't really change. I don't know if you really do get more bursts per attack. If you don't, I kind of liked the burst accumulation that Shogun could do in the original, or in 3, because it counted as like a totally separate thing, because it was like per hit. I don't think it's actually per hit in this. I never saw it go up per hit, unless it just counts all of the hits that are going to happen before they happen. So I kind of liked that a little bit better in the EO3, because you could actually have people build towards burst. In this, you could have some people on the side like Dancer help you with burst. But having an entire class, for me, Shogun, just be for building burst, where I'd get to use burst every 2 turns, made it way more exciting to have burst be like an actual strategy. When I used them in this, they were very powerful and very good. But I kind of liked having something that was almost burst centric. I mean, at the cost of having like, yeah, no damage on that guy, but it was a cool way to have a spicy 5th member. And it helps you deal with bullshit. These are like your anti-bullshit tools, so the more of them you have, the more of them you can make real strategies. I will always want to focus on getting as much of this kind of shit as I can, because that's usually how I end up cheesing or anti-cheesing shit. The options on these: high chance of binding all parts of one enemy. This costs 4. You're telling me that it doesn't even work that often? Jeez. Most of these were cool. I didn't bother with a lot of them. I'm sure some of them are better than they seem. A lot of them are just damage, and so that's going to depend on what your class is. Stuff like increasing damage dealt or damage taken is not really necessary with the dancer and stuff, so it was mostly just attacking and big ones for immunity, but it's a fun thing. I like having that extra system there. You don't want it just to be your abilities, you want that extra thing. Well, I guess you don't have to have that extra thing, but I think it's a cool thing to do. I do think it needs to not reset on rest. It's just stupid and waste of time. Not as bad as like with trails or something, because you're not fighting bosses often in this. Yep, I'm talking longer than I thought I would. Let's just jump to the stratum.
Chatty man.
Yeah, there's a lot to say on this one. So I'm not talking over you or anything, but jump in and rant whenever you want. I know you're trying to be quiet. Yeah, that's the thing too. It's bad time. A lot of the EO people are asleep. But we'll have this whole. I mean, we can talk more about it tomorrow. So, the end of the VOD here for people if they want. But yeah. So that was general gameplay. Oh, I do like that the enemies have formations now. I wouldn't like it if there wasn't ways that you could capitalize on that or play with that. Like I said, the Runecaster. If I didn't have him, I'd probably not like the formation thing as much. But it worked out because of him. It just adds more depth and having more choice. You know, do I want to attack this guy who's more dangerous in the back? Fight me do no damage? Can I just ignore that with insta-kill chances and ailments? Do I have to think about, you know, who's coming to the forefront later? Or, you know, kill orders and stuff. I think it just adds a little bit of depth. It was a good call there. But yeah, other than that, general flow of battle and stuff. I never really switched party members except at the very end. Everybody was talking about, yeah, how they threw their dancer front and back and all that stuff. I saw no reason ever swapped them ever. Except when my party got killed and I had a swap
more
formation.
Than you can.
Yeah, yeah.
It's much more useful if you have like a sniper.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah. Didn't mess with that as much. Not that I mess with it a whole lot. But with Ninja it was a bit worse. Yeah. I guess we could talk stratums. I was gonna talk about like bosses and shit, but we could talk about them during the stratum. I do think overall, I mean, I would say the bosses are way worse than this one. I don't know if you agree on that.
Probably.
The thing with a lot of bosses, I never even saw what most of the bosses did. I mean, what did the Golem do, dude? I have no fucking idea. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what the Golem did. He fucking explodes on impact, man. I think partially because of the visuals, they're not really as intimidating or as crazy. Their super bosses are kind of all cheese fest again. There's not as many, right? You had the chick in EO3, you had the crazy tentacle guy, and this you just have a big bird and dragons, and then the super boss. They don't have as much variety. I mean, just dragons and another semi-reskin. Like, that's not too pumped. I'm not too pumped for that. They were still cool. I mean, I still had fun doing them. It was worth it. I would definitely say overall the bosses were probably not as good. I like that there were some boss puzzles in this one. Kind of like how the very beginning of EO3, you're like, ooh, this is how it's gonna be every time, and you have to chase the guy down. Like that though, this one doesn't have that many. It does have more though. I mean, the finale, just like EO3, you have something you can do. The hot chips thing, which we'll get to that. That sucks, but Was there anything in the library? I don't think so. Or for the final boss.
No.
Yeah, so not a whole lot of boss puzzle stuff. I kind of wish the hunt, where you would fight them in like different amounts, and like they'd incorporate the levels and the puzzles. I wish they did that more. I think like that cohesion between, or not the cohesion, the synergy between the like level design, you being this kind of like adventure hunter kind of guy, and then like just the actual boss gameplay. I think that's really cool, and they just don't capitalize on it, man. They'll do it like a couple times, and it's cool when it happens, but all the time you're just going. I mean, it's harder to design. It's probably more money. The balance is harder to do, but it's cool when they do it. I would definitely say the bosses in this aren't very memorable, but I would blame the difficulty curve, the general playstyle.
Boiling lizard bros. Our response.
Yeah, I would say my general build too is part of that issue. And this is a build where if you're playing it, if it ends up getting played right, you just don't even see the boss. Which I don't think, the game needs to adapt to that, but I guess when your balance is so fucking insano in the player's favor, if you made it all of a sudden hard and somebody picked a different set of classes, they could get filtered. Like if you tailored it towards Arcanist or something. Or the Night Seeker. Oh yeah. Ooh. Okay. I'm just gonna talk about strat. Maybe we can sit somewhere else.
Go to Stratum 5 right now.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Took the thought right out of my brain, brother.
I know.
Oh, I know. Yeah, this one was a cool idea where there's like a ruins inside of the tree and it's all kind of doesn't look like generic castle. But anyways, the Stratums. I definitely think they were stepped down. A lot of the time in gimmicks and in visual design than the third game. I think if you consider, I mean, which you should, the side dungeons, I think if they had as much variety and as many cool gimmicks as the side dungeons did, I would feel a bit stronger about them. Problem is a lot of the best ideas are in the side dungeons, which take about 20 to 30 minutes. So in the main dungeons, there's cool ideas and they're fun for a floor, but I feel like most of these needed a new thing per floor. And there's like one dungeon that does it, and it's the last dungeon. I really did not care for like if a gimmick ends up being bad in one of these and you have to do it for 3 floors, it really kills it, especially if the aesthetics are not making up for it. Hot Chips dungeon is a good example of that.
Dorito.
The Doritos, yeah, salsa chip dungeon. I think the library is an excellent example of that. You're like, okay, I got it. The patrol thing, it was cool for a little bit. 3rd floor, you're like, okay, we're doing it again. Like, time for a new gimmick. I think I feel like EO3 would hit you with a new gimmick like every floor, it felt like almost at times, or they'd start putting them together, right? I don't know why in this one they kind of just stuck to one for most of it. Like if you want to make really experimental stuff in the side dungeons that you can't pull off in the main dungeons, that's fine, but that's not an excuse to just only have like kind of one gimmick per dungeon. Because that's where I feel like Etrian Odyssey is really fun, and the dungeon design for me is that they're really tight. The loops you go on, the shortcuts you go on are really tight. And they're all constantly giving you fresh, new things that you have to think about, whether it's the foes, which they do freshen up with the foes plenty enough in this. Whether it's the foes or just the general gimmick of the area. Maybe I'm wrong about how EF3 handles it, but I do wish they would spice some of these up more. I would say for the most part I liked them all, but there were a few that got a little boring. I guess we'll go in order. So I guess we'll go from worst to best. It's my least favorite. Either 3 or 1. Not 3 or 1, 3 or 4. What is your least favorite, Goto?
3. It's just 3.
They're close for me. 3 and 4 are close. I was easily a 4 is better than 3 guy until the third floor of 4. That's when they overdid it. Needing to get caught by the dogs. How punishing it was. How it wasn't really that great for mapping. It wasn't that great of a concept in the first place that it needed 3 whole floors. I was like, eh. But the hot chips. This game already has an issue with pack sizes. There's way too many drops from enemies, and because the level curve is fucked, you can spend so much time in the dungeon. You're always having to go back, turn shit in. That having ice stakes was kind of annoying. It sucked that when you went through enough days, they'd respawn, so you had to go touch them again. There's a lot of backtracking because you needed to go back to areas after you turned it to ice. Too many turtle foes. It was like the only foe I can even think of in the dungeon. And a lot of them because they're just kind of a pain. There's just nothing really super exciting. I feel like the cave thing is not a bad idea aesthetically. Like, it's just a cave, but it's also not really exciting. They don't really do anything with the cave. It's just kind of a cave. It's got okay music. There's not really any spice to it, right? It'd be cool if maybe more you were jumping between like almost lava and almost ice areas back and forth and interplaying that kind of shit on the fly. Like maybe like a fucking item that you can mess with or something on, you know, whenever you wanted. Something goofy like that, right? Like instead you're walking around with an item that like you have to like walk up to chips that you take damage on in certain orders and play with them, and it makes the boss extremely tedious when you have to do that with him, and you have to kill the boss, or not kill the boss, but you know, turn off some shit behind the boss to go get all the chests. And I think the problem with the third dungeon is it's more tedious than most of them. Like I said, the runbacks, needing to get stuff for your inventory, go to certain nodes, turn off a bunch of extra shit. It's kind of whatever. I liked that there was 2 entrances. I liked that there was staircases up and down and ways to interlink. I was really surprised that this game has almost none of that. Other than for shortcuts in like the 6th lab, was there really any other than the 3rd stratum that had multi-floor like connections? I don't think so. In EO3 that felt like a natural progression. You get the prison where they'd make use of it a lot. The 6th stratum where they go crazy with it. It just felt like a way to freshen things up and kind of like make mapping that much more crazy and something you had to think about. And just threw some spice on it, and it stacks really well with other gimmicks, but yeah, they don't really mess with it in this, so I'll give the 3rd one novelty for that. I did like that aspect of it, but I don't know, man. The whole hot chips thing, the enemies are like the same from the beginning to end, and that's most dungeons, but you really felt it in Golden Lair, I feel like. I was like, that was the only time I was like, okay, I'm really tired of fighting these guys. I would say that a little bit in the last dungeon here, but that's just because we're almost done. But no, in Golden Lair, I was just like, okay, I got it. I've been fighting these same ice and fire guys forever. I'm fighting all these other enemies I fought that are reskins for melee time. And then since the dungeon's a little more tedious, I feel like it kind of kills it. The boss, the puzzle's a pain. It's tedious because you can only hit like 1 or 2 chips at a time. Unless you can get them perfectly around the left side, which isn't going to happen easily because you break those chips. You need a lot of chips. And the boss fight itself, I mean, it looks okay. I think the biggest problem with the 3D art is everything looks a little bit more smooth and cutesy. I feel like with the sprite work they looked a bit more intimidating, so he doesn't feel as imposing or as crazy. Also, I never got to see him do a move, essentially. He just died instantly. Not too exciting there. Imposing. I think that's another thing is scale. They always have to fit in the world properly. But they'll never be as big as they kind of seemed in some of the sprite work. And 3. I don't know. For me, I feel like 3 and 4 are almost the same. I think 3, like I said, aesthetically is kind of boring and stuff, and it's tedious. Where the 4th dungeon, the library, is more exciting visually, more creative there, like the Windy Library. But man, I found this one really annoying. The alert thing was cool for a bit when you actually could like see where everything was and plan around like their patrols and map everything correctly. But when they just keep reusing it, and when they get to you're done with it in the 2nd floor, and then they're using it in the 3rd floor, and you can't even see across the room to see a guy who's gonna jump you. And then it's just super punishing. The dogs are on you instantly. They one-shot you. They keep using the gimmick over and over. You're forced to get caught. I don't know. I would say 4 is probably... you know what, man? I think 4 might be my least favorite. I really like it visually. The music was cool, but it's got just the most annoying gimmick. It's more interesting than the hot chips, but they beat it into the ground, and it's way too punishing for what it is. If all it was that I'd aggro guys and I'd have a good lay of the room, and I had to have them follow in a very particular path, it'd be fine, right? The problem is the dogs move twice as quick as you, and they surround you at all times, and you can't see the whole room, so it just ends up being kind of goofy. I think 3 and 4 are about the same for me, near the worst, but maybe 4 is worse in total. Anyways. Next. I would probably say it's the 5th stratum, if you can even call it one. Would you say that too?
Oh god.
I don't know if you like 4 more than 5.
No, I like 5 more than 4.
Yeah, I would say the same. I think the aesthetics of the 5th one, the music, the one floor it does have are really solid. Mix of like new gimmicks, varied room styles. Okay foe stuff. No boss puzzle thing, but whatever. And the boss is a fucking joke. But that's every fucking dungeon, let's be real. There's no fucking dungeon that didn't have a joke boss. Except like the Bloody Bear, and like the first dungeon was probably the only one that didn't have a joke of a boss. I mean the second one I guess was pretty hard too. But yeah, I don't know. So it's kind of hard to talk about the bosses. I'm not gonna weigh in on these that hard with the bosses, but yeah, I just feel like what is here, what you're seeing on the map is really solid. But the problem is that's all that's here. Otherwise this would go way higher. Like I said, I like the aesthetics, I love the music. I like the floor. But this is it. Otherwise the rest of this stratum is, or this maze or whatever, is going back through old dungeons and doing their gimmicks again with no changes. It's just a somewhat more complicated version of the same thing on the bottom floor. Like this one, it's all just the shit on the left side here. I think it's a bad idea. I think it would have been fine if the fifth stratum had like another floor or something. It would just feel like a kind of like a, you know, world tour. I think if they kept the music in the other areas, I think if they actually just took the gimmicks from these and just put them in this dungeon and made it obvious that they were framing this dungeon around it, or maybe it was some kind of like phantom realm you'd go into after you went under the first floor in the capital, and it was like kind of this like dreamy version of like the places you've already been to, like, but it was still within the dungeon itself, so they could start stacking maybe the chips thing with like, you know, the patrols. That sounds horrible, but like, I mean, just, you know, just do that, right? Like that's what you know, EO3 6 stratum does. It starts stacking, you know, mechanics you've seen before in interesting ways, and introducing cool new shit, and the final one of this kind of does that too. More for fresh, excuse me, mechanics more than anything. Well, not even. No, you're cooling things down, heating things up. Yeah, but they should have done that a bit more in the fifth one. You easily could have done the same thing in the fifth stratum in this, but instead they just have you go back to those areas, and then the order from back to front. Yeah, I get geographically that's how it would work because you're actually traveling underneath. But Jesus, dude, I just finished the fourth stratum and it's kind of sucked. I mean, comparatively, I still had fun with it. I still had fun with all of them. But like, I don't want to do that one again, and then you got to do the third one, the chips one, right? Oh god. At that point, you're just ready to be done, right? The best one was probably the fucking bear one. Like, well, that was the last one he did, so it's a long run back. A lot of the same enemies, the recoilers. So, I don't know. That's probably where it places for me. Next best or next worst? No, next best. Tough one. Between 1, 2, and 6. Well, it's between 1 and 2. Which was the worst of 1 and 2? I don't know, they're pretty close. I think one of the big things for me in the second stratum is that the music is better in the side dungeons. And I always think about it every time I'm in it. And I really wish the whole shamisen thing they had ditched and just kept the really cool kind of ethereal kind of big scale kind of, I don't know, roomy kind of feel to the music that you got in the side dungeons. That would have gave it a much more unique vibe. But instead it kind of just feels like it's just trying to be like a more typical kind of Japanese themed deal, and I was like, I'd probably say, God, is that my second? Is that my second? I don't know. They're about equal to me. I don't know if I like one or two more. So in the first dungeon, you get the multi-fight with the Bloodbearer. You get a kind of cute puzzle with the Berserker King. Dragging the foes around to hit wood. Goes on for a while, but it's fun. It's a cool enough thing, and it's exciting. Could they go crazier with it? Probably. It's just like in any of the dungeons in this. EO3 would have the hippo part, then it would have the boss puzzle thing, it would have the weird ostrich thing where you gotta like follow the dudes around the rocks and shit. It would play off the hippo thing where you gotta have the NPC follow you and shit. They would have all these different ideas all the time. Problem with this is it's always just the one thing for most of it. I liked having to put down the teleporter locations in the second stratum. I think the MOAs were too ignorable, and even if they weren't, they're kind of just tedious. I don't know. I would say the first one's worse than the second one, but barely. I think the first one's pretty clean. I think that maybe it could have just added a little bit more in. But it is just a nice bread and butter thing. And the music's good. It looks good. It is just a forest, but it's a good time. The second one still has good music, could have done a little bit better. I like the teleporting shit. I think the foes are kind of tedious, but like, it's still cool mapping it. But yeah, I guess that's the idea there. The enemies are a bit annoying in the second dungeon because of all of the dodging bullshit. But once you get to the third level and you get to Arcanist, it's actually fun to bind them so they stop fucking dodging your hits. Anyways, we're about done here. Anyways, yeah, I think the best one by a pretty decent margin is the final one. The bonus one, the post game one. The music is ambient, which is a kind of fresh. I think maybe they could have done a little bit more. Like have the ambient music kind of break into a little bit of something or change maybe a little bit on the third floor. But I like the novelty of it. I think it's fresh and I think it works pretty well. I would prefer it that way than them to fuck it up with some overdone bullshit. So that was cool. The aesthetic is awesome. It's just this bloody, dark, like, library where they, like, you know, were experimenting on stuff and creating different creatures and shit, which was neat. Yeah, I would agree with you, Clipoth. Absolutely. I think the game is just not transparent enough about what the skills do, and the grind to get back to the right level after you retire and stuff and respec is too annoying sometimes to make it worth it, because I probably would have tried the Imperial, but I was like, I don't want to go through all that, and that's not, I don't think that's what you want. You want people to be like, oh yeah, I want to try this, I want to engage in the game more, not I don't want to try out fun new things because it's a grind. I think it's kind of lame. They try to schmooze it a bit in this by giving you the items to catch you up in levels and to not make the retire and respec cost as much, but it's still a grind. And the thing is, even if you retire, somebody has to carry that team, so somebody's gonna get over leveled, and then it ends up just being all wacky and shit. Yeah. I do think just the 6th stratum is just way to go. New gimmicks all the time, mirrored stuff that incorporates the map more, wrapping around areas, hot cold stuff, logic puzzles, you know, it actually has multiple different mechanics and gimmicks going on, and it's pulling from old dungeons, but it's also introducing new shit. I don't think it like beats out EO3's post-game dungeon for me or anything. That one's just so fun to do each little chunk, and the difficulty's just right, and the gimmicks are all really fun. But oh yeah, this one just has cool stuff going on. Like I said, I really like the aesthetics. I like how it builds up into the boss. It's just this bug. So that's cool. They're full floors and shit. I mean, just look at it. It just looks like some shit's going on, man, for sure. I think some of the wording on the logic puzzles may be a little much at times. But for the most part, it's fine. You barely remember the golden layer. Just hot. There's just hot chips that you have to break, and then it unfreezes. It's just kind of a tedious place, and while there's nothing wrong with making a cave, it's a pretty generic location. So they didn't. I don't think they went hard enough to make that cave more than just a cave. It's a lot of the same enemy, a lot of the same gimmick, a tedious gimmick. It's not that exciting. Like I said, my tier list right now is probably the 3rd and 4th stratum are tied probably for the worst. Then it's the 6th stratum, not 6th, sorry, the 5th stratum, the one we're in right now. Just because it's only one floor, and it just reuses the other ones, which kind of suck. And then the first 2 are tied for being the next best ones. Probably. I'd probably lean on the second one being a little better than the first. And then I'd say there's a pretty big power gap between the post-game one and the rest, so... And like I said, just on a sorry, I've been talking just non-stop. I'm fucking exhausted, hungry, thirsty. But just on account of having variety, visual storytelling, I was actually interested in because of just the atmosphere of the place, novel atmosphere, new gimmicks, combination of old gimmicks, cool lead into the boss. Yeah, we finished everything. And I've been streaming for 13 hours so far, so just tired. And I've been talking like that.
He's been talking for the last 5 hours.
Well, I've been talking for the last 12 hours, yeah. And this is the time of day where not as many of the EO people were on, so I don't have any breaks to let people type their P's or something. So I'm just kind of fucking going through everything. And it's a really long game, so I had a lot to say. Yeah, we just beat the final boss, the final few post-game boss things. I've just been kind of, over the last hour, going through my thoughts on every little detail of the game and some of the big core things. I was just wrapping it up with the tier list of the labyrinths. And then I'll have, like, I guess the final general thoughts. But I'm probably going to go to bed. But yeah. Yeah, I definitely think the 6 is good by a pretty good margin. EO3 was kind of similar, where the last one was probably the best one. Well, it was the best one. But the margin, I don't think it was as big on that. I think other than the fire dungeon in EO3, most of them were pretty fun. Most of them were pretty good, and only a couple floors in the fire dungeon were really like a pain. I just don't think almost any of these are on the same level. There's just not enough variety. They're still really fun. They're still really good. It's a great formula. I have a lot of fun with them, but like, it's not enough of variety. The locations just aren't as interesting and you know, gripping. Especially for the feeling of adventure. It's just a cave, you know? It's just a cave. It's a forest followed by another forest. Like, I mean, it's still cool. They make it work musically and, you know, some of the visuals, but, you know. Oh, for sure. And that happens in all the series. I mean, I still think it's great. Yeah, I have a lot of fun with that. I really enjoyed it. Not just because we got to sit here and talk and Godo and everybody, but because the game itself was really fun. It's a good formula. Yeah, I hear 5's cool, but yeah, hopefully they do some cool stuff with the break. Yeah, I just think coming from 3 to 4, maybe they're too worried about the 3D models and stuff. I don't know. But yeah, the stratums themselves are just. I really like the side stratums, and I do like the idea of the overworld. I don't think it's as engaging as 3's like overworld thing, but I do like the idea of the side stratum, like shorter main stratums and side stratums with unique ideas in them. I just wish those unique ideas were also in the main labyrinths. Like, you can have one gimmick in a fucking 30-minute dungeon, but you can't really just do one gimmick in a 4 or 5 hour dungeon, right? You gotta mix it up, and 3 does that, but it's weird they just don't in this. I think maybe they think because they have enough gimmicks in the side dungeons, they can kind of just generally stick to one. But to me, the quality of these games is how often they shake themselves up, how tightly designed the systems are, how good the level design is. So if any of those slip, which it didn't slip far, and it's a very important thing that they can lead to bad stuff. But I don't think it slipped that far. It's just that 3 is really solid. I think that's more the problem. If I had just played this one, I'd probably, not have a whole lot of bad things to say. Not that what I'm saying is really bad. It's just kind of true. It's a criticism of it. 3 just kind of knocks a lot of it out of the park. I don't know, maybe they were trying to make this world a bit more believable. So that you jumping in between like water zones and then fire zones and this and that. I don't really care about believability. It's a crazy fantasy thing. I didn't feel like I was just traveling as much in this anyway, so. But yeah, anyways, general thoughts. Overall, it was good. I had a really good time. I think it was a really solid game. It's tight level design for the most part. Like I said, it doesn't compare as good to 3, but it's still tight dungeon design. The shortcut system is really nice. I should always have tells for the shortcuts. 3 was bad about that for the last half. I'm glad this was only bad about it in the last fourth. But your general ability to read maps helped a lot. Yeah, just tight design. This has a lot more creative, unique classes you can do, and it's a lot harder to fuck it up, so that's a big improvement over 3. I do think the level curve and the economy is not quite as good in this, but it's still fun. Yeah, which is a pain in the ass. I mean, you could, if you can kind of get your head inside the mind of the level designer, you could probably, guess which is what you would do in 3 a lot of the time, but that's not always enough. You could skip corners, you could skip edges, stuff like that, but like you still are gonna have to put your head against the wall a lot of the time. Kind of goofy, especially when there's no speed up button in this, like a Strange Journey or something, so you can spin around quick. But yeah, it tries to have a cute little story. I think it mixes things up with the overworld and the flying around. Good pace breakers, some cool ideas inside dungeons and stuff. And overall, it's just a really solid first-person dungeon crawler with a fun team building, cool moments to kind of like customize your visuals, and kind of just make it your own playthrough and all that. Solid enough difficulty on the random fights and all that, and what they require you to do, and the mapping and all that. It's just really, I'm just talking about the basics right now, I guess. Just we don't want to forget the basics, I suppose, right? I mean, it still is just fun to map in these. I don't take any of that for granted when we're comparing it to 3. I don't think I ever was just like, oh man, that sucks, I gotta play EO today. It was always a good time, so. The core tenets of, I feel like, the game design are still strong here. They're still doing most things right. The things that they're mixing up, which is cool. They mix it all up just enough. Like I said, I don't think it's quite as good as 3. And, you know, it's kind of hard to, like, not bring all that kind of stuff up. But, you know, everything that is just good about Etrian Odyssey is still on display here. Might not be at its most shining moment. But it does make improvements, like I said, in gameplay. And just gives you more interesting content. New code of paint and all that. So it's a great time. And I'm really looking forward to EOU 1. The whole mapping game with a secondary feature. I mean, when you think about it, yeah, it just doesn't. Because when you mention that to somebody, you know, oh yeah, you got to map it all. You're like, what? You know, even when I was told about these games, I was like, I'll see how I like that, right? But when you get your hands on it, yeah, like it doesn't seem appealing at first, right? It just seems like busy work. But when you get your hands on it, and the whole map's coming together, and you know you did every line, and the maps are really complicated, or there's a lot of gimmicks. When is the descent? I've been thinking about it more and more. We're not quite there yet. But the wizardry and all that, it's coming eventually. I definitely want to do them. Or at least try one of them. I don't know, I've heard like the 3rd one and shit is like unholy levels of bullshit. Make a grown-ass man cry. I'd probably start with the 1st one. Usually I start with the 1st one, guy. This is a special because because there's remake. So I'm starting with the oldest release order. But will do, I won't. Heard the hardest, most bullshit one is the one where you start as like the bad guy. It's completely unholy. Yeah. But yeah, the mapping is just when you're using all your different colors and like the gimmicks are crazy enough where you're meaningfully adding information and annotating, and it really helps you move around and navigate and more accurately handle stuff. And quests are asking you for specific points on maps, and you've already annotated them. It feels good. You feel like, you know, you can improve on it, and you know, you feel rewarded for something that is completely just within your own agency. And then you get to see the fruits of your labor all the time. I can just go back, like, you know, I did it all. I just look at it. It feels cool. I definitely consider, you know, the heavy the heavy auto map maybe in the next game. The reason I usually don't is because I have a 2 setup. I usually sit in a recliner, and it's a bitch to kind of like do certain things in it. I considered kind of not having a more aggressive auto map for the future game, but I might just do this setup because it's a lot easier to kind of set things down and fuck around and draw map stuff. So, because I do think the map drawing in this is something that's really unique to it. Obviously, yeah, you could just use grid paper and shit technically in old games. But because it's so built into it, you know, that they'll block out the map, and it'll play a big part, and you have manually drawing and, you know, the different things, and you have to pick out points on your map. Like, the game integrates the map into the gameplay in a way that you can't really do with pen and paper. I mean, obviously the accessibility of it is big, which actually makes it, you know, probably a bit more engaging for your average Joe. I mean, I still love notes and pen and paper. You know, it's one of those things where I feel like it's deceivingly, it seems like it'd be really boring, but it's really satisfying once you get going. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna test it out and take a peek. It's probably more like Strange Journey, where they just kind of auto map the walls and everything. And I mean, Strange Journey does more than that. But yeah. I don't know, and I feel like that that mapping system and all that, and how tight the levels are. You know, you don't want them too big, you don't want them too annoying. You know, otherwise it'd be a bitch to map, or just feel like busy work, or you're just auto filling like tons of spots you don't care about. I think that's all really important. Like the maps could suck if the level design sucked more. You know, and vice versa. If you didn't really have cool map stuff, it would be a bitch to run around in the levels. So I think that's one of the most important things about Etrian Odyssey. Everything's very tightly, a very quality, just kind of design. A very tight package. Obviously, there's like gimmicks, like the mapping or you know the custom party and all that, that are maybe not totally unique to the game, but can draw you in. But I think just tight level design and fights, just balance. Well, sometimes just encounters and stuff like that. It's just a quality time. That's probably a series that lasted long enough. Anyways, I'm barely speaking sense anymore. I've been talking all day, but talking almost non-stop for the last hour and a half. If you want to hear more thoughts on this game from me, I guess just go back in the VOD. I'd love to talk more if people do want to talk more. But my rambling, I think, will be coming to a close. Roto's still on the mic, but he didn't get quiet. He tries to be quiet after 4 a.m. Wake people up or something. Totally cool. But yeah. Easy for me to get in the ramble mode when there's so much game to talk about and we did so much shit. You know, feel free to always, anybody in here, jump in whenever. It's just don't worry about interrupting. Getting it all out. Usually, sometimes I'll try to write notes when we're talking about these games, but I've been bad about not doing it the last couple months. Try to keep notes so we can have a more of a formula, but I think we broke it down in a good enough order for this game. A lot of fun talking about it, or rambling about it. But anyways, yeah, I mean that's it. I saved. Yeah, let me see what the final count was here. My guild card, is it in there? I mean, a lot of it's me just standing around here, but... can you see your hours? Defeat all bosses on normal difficulty. What? How did I not get that? Maybe like a new game plus boss?
What the...
I changed my fucking, like some hidden boss somewhere. I never changed my, difficulty. We looked at it once just to see if we could get quicker, XP from it. Can't even change it anyway. Oh, you can change all the music right here. That's cool.
I don't know why.
Who knows? It's probably just some bullshit. Oh, okay. I was like, yeah, I don't remember this being here before, but I knew I just didn't look hard enough. I do think like a built-in speed up would probably be okay too. I mean, obviously you can make the battles go a little faster. I didn't really mind the speed of the battles, but when people were talking about it, I was like, yeah, I wouldn't hate like just a
speed up, like running is a thing from now on. Battles are faster. So
yeah.
I told one of you buy a lot quicker.
Yeah, I think it's important for immersion and not be like too quick, I suppose. But I think having the option is nice, especially when you're pretty late in the series. You just probably want to kind of keep moving. And I mean, maybe they could use the sprinting gameplay or something. Oh yeah, little events in the maps too. There wasn't as many of those for the last one. I thought there was a lot of those in the third one. That was kind of fun. More RP stuff like that would be cool.
Oh boy, you are gonna love Hero 5.
More like, I feel like key item type of like engaging stuff would be cool too.
Literally spending skill points so you can RP better.
No, really? Oh, that's cool. Well, it sounds like they really kind of try to get back to the roots a bit in 5, huh? Or really mix it up. Well, no, we'll see. Anyways, I think I've probably squeezed all I can out of this for now. Obviously, we always are talking about all these games, every game, in any stream. If anybody wants to come in and just chat about any game, you're always welcome. When I will actually stream another Etrian Odyssey, I don't know. We've got, it probably won't be for at least another month or two, at least. Just guarantee you it won't be at least for a month, because Tears of the Kingdom's coming out. I've got that Star Wars game. I'm playing Dredge after this. Coffee Talk, SE in 2024. I'd like to do it sooner than that. Also got the Cold Steel dripping down my spine from other people, so there's a lot of big JRPG series. And then I got my personal ones I want to do. Yeah, I like to do more than one a year. Since EOU 1 is a little shorter and we had a really good conversation in this, I think the poll will be there a bit more. We'll see how the rest of the releases look this year. If I just have like a 2-week ban, we'll go for it at some point. But
Yeah, I don't even think it'd take 2 weeks, week and a half.
oh yeah, just a. But yeah, it'd be cool. But yeah, my order's gonna be Untold 1, Untold 2, then 5, and then next. So, but yeah, well, I appreciate anybody who hung out here. Met a lot of good new people. It is a heavy-duty variety channel. My list of games I plan on playing and I have played is underneath the stream. Trying to get like an idea. Play a little bit of everything. There's all sorts of stuff that might be coming up next. Like I said, I think next game will be tomorrow. We'll probably do Dredge, which is like some Eldritch fishing game. And I'll probably do that via Coffee Talk 2 after that. I might do Citizen Sleeper. Might do some Bizarro shit I bought a long time ago on Steam. Do that Star Wars game, and who knows? I'll do another shooter. I mean, we just did Stalker. Maybe I'll do Dark. Anyways, who knows what it is? I might do none of that. I'll catch you guys later for now. I don't know the exact time tomorrow. I'll be on. I'm on more than I'm not. And feel free to jump in the Discord. We just talk about shit. Not just games, movies, and all sorts. Thank you very much for watching Etrian Odyssey 4, Age of the Wallaby. Yeah. Go play SMT.